north all the way to the pole, south into South America, and more or less worldwide on the internet. This is Coast to Coast AM, and I'm Art Bell. Good morning. Second day back. Great to be here. New affiliates joining tonight. St. Louis, you've been waiting for this, I know. How about KFTK? That's KFTK in St. Louis, Missouri. 97.1 megahertz FM. 100,000 watts, so it ought to be heard from here to Kalamazoo. Certainly you should have no problem with it in St. Louis. That's KFTK, 97.1, 100,000 watts. That's a big electrical bill, I'll tell you. WJBO in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, 1150 on the dial, welcome. WQBC in Vicksburg, Mississippi, welcome. And WFRC in Athens, Georgia, welcome. All brand new and with us tonight on top of the, I don't know what it was, 40 that we did last night. So, welcome in, everybody. In the second hour tonight, one of our nation's premier physicists, theoretical physicist, Dr. Michio Kaku. He's a real heavyweight. You're going to enjoy that. In the meantime, we'll just sort of fiddle around a little bit. I'm getting in the order of 3,000 or 4,000 emails a day. So I'm trying to make it through the emails. I'm trying. I'll do the best I can. No promises. But a lot of them said the following, Art, the fifth hour is missing from your first show. Is this going to be temporary or what? I can only listen during the day, and it kills me to miss the final hour, the new fifth hour. Well, there were certain messages encoded in the fifth hour that we couldn't repeat. That would be one explanation. The real explanation is that, you know, the timers were only set to record the first 4 hours because somebody along the line forgot the program is now a 5-hour show. So we have sent messages. How long they will take to sink in, I don't know. Maybe we'll get lucky tonight. Looking around the world a little bit, with security officers keeping news media at bay, the former Vice President, Al Gore, delivered a lecture at Columbia. He said it was off the record and just teaching and don't ask any political kind of questions. Ariel Sharon, the tough-talking former general dubbed the Bulldozer, that's a name to have, has won handily in Israel. We'll see what happens. President Bush is telling the nation's 4 largest airlines workers today that they should avoid strikes because if they don't settle differences, well, he's keeping all options open. I'm not sure what that means. Who else would fly the planes? Happy birthday, Ronald Reagan, 90. And he's had a pretty tough way to go. There is some worrisome health news on a couple of points here. We have possibly the first case of, brace yourself, Ebola in the Northern Hemisphere. Health officials are working to determine if a woman who traveled from Africa and is now being hospitalized in Canada is suffering from Ebola hemorrhagic fever in what would be the first known case in North America. Health Canada, the nation's health department, confirmed a laboratory in Winnipeg had received blood samples from the woman. The hospital where she's being treated is testing now for viral hemorrhagic fevers, including Ebola, a severe, often fatal disease. Actually, Ebola generally, if you catch it, you can count to 10. You've got about 10 days to live, and then you die. I received a fax today from Dr. Lorraine Day, and this is kind of worrisome. It says all the nice things at the beginning, great to have you back at home, so forth and so on. But here's what she says. She's talking about appearing as a guest, and probably will have her. But listen to this. She said, Art, there's another big cover-up going on, and that's the mad cow epidemic and its related forms in pigs, sheep, chicken, and so forth, which will, she says, now get this, make AIDS seem like a day at the beach. Yes, an epidemic that is sweeping around the world, her words, and will cause unprecedented death and devastation. It's in this country right now, even though the authorities are denying it, as they always do. Now more than ever, people need to understand there is a way to avoid this dreaded, fatal disease, but it's not just in the food chain. It's in gelatin capsules, in fillers in processed foods, cosmetics, and in gelatin as a binder in supplemental pills. Whew, that's some rough stuff, if true, from Lorraine Day, and so I think I'll get hold of Dr. Day and we'll find out what she's talking about. Yikes. An Australian, this is from Newsmax.com, an Australian inventor has come up with a gun that can fire 180 rounds in 100th of a second. Or, if you wish, an impossible 1,000,000 rounds a minute. So fast that a bullet enters the barrel before the preceding one has even left the muzzle. So wait till this one gets in the hands of gang members, huh? Incredibly, storekeeper James Michael O'Dwyer's gun has no moving parts and operates entirely on electrical impulses. Great, we need this gun. Despite the fact that O'Dwyer's invention has vast and even dizzying implications, for example, an awesome military weapon or a street sweeper, I had just added, when he approached the Australian defense officials in 1994 with the idea, they turned a deaf ear. And when he showed the gun to former U.S. Special Forces Chief Wayne Downing, the general said O'Dwyer was certifiably crazy. No longer true now. The general is now a member of the board of directors of, get this, Metal Storm Limited. O'Dwyer's new company. He's calling it Metal Storm Limited. Well, that'd be a metal storm, all right, wouldn't it? 180 rounds in 100th of a second, or an impossible 1,000,000 rounds a minute. Now, that's just got to have applications. You know that's got to have applications. Probably not ones that you want to know about. It's amazing. The charges are set off when electrical contacts spark them in precisely timed electronic sequence, much the way an inkjet printer sprays ink. So, yeah, we sure want to see this one in the hands of street people. Holy mackerel. And I'm sure you've heard about this. This news broke, a week or two ago. But it sure is interesting. Moscow. An airport in southern Siberia was shut down for an hour and a half on one last Friday when an unidentified flying object was detected hovering above its runway. All according to the Interfax News Agency. The crew of an Ilyushin 76 cargo aircraft refused to take off, claiming they saw a luminescent object hovering above the runway of the Siberia's Paranormal airport. Local aviation company director Ivan Kosmarov was quoted as saying the crew of yet another cargo plane refusing to use the runway for the same reason landed their jet at another airport. The UFO finally took off and vanished from the airport 90 minutes later. Well, somebody out there ought to have some really good pictures, wouldn't you think? We'll be right back. Still looking for new little replacements for this, but this one is not bad. All right, listen, a ginger. I've got an interesting piece of information here on ginger, and I'm not saying that this is ginger, but it might be. This person claims to be very close, in fact, part of the investment group behind ginger. You never know about that. But this person anonymously, of course, says it stands for Inductance Transportation Vehicle. A neat mobile little gadget that may eliminate the need for cars in the future. An air car, maybe. He goes on, however, if there are a large number of vehicles operating in the same area, it does require magnetic tracks to be installed to prevent the possibility of, get this, collisions or magnetic interference with other its. In other words, if you're zipping along in your it and another it zips along and your two magnetic fields become entangled, your it, or the other guy's it, or both its, could plunge. Well, you get the picture. The breakthrough technology, it goes on, that runs the it is Ginger. Ginger, the geomagnetic inductance neutralizing gasoline engine replacement. This clean, quiet, inexpensive engine will be the real moneymaker, whether it becomes popular or not. It could be used extensively in defense, shipping, and many other industries. This should answer a few of the questions about Ginger/it, although it will probably generate many more. They should all be answered next year when DK makes the official announcement. Regards, he signs it anonymously as Ginger Guy. But you know, that sounds pretty good, doesn't it? You think that's it? I have no idea. Now, there is a good friend of mine here in Pahrump, Nevada, named Paul Bowman. In fact, really what I ought to do is give you his email address after I do this. He's got the cutest little daughter, and her name is Maggie. Maggie defines cute as about, I think she's about a 3-year-old now. And she literally does define cute. And she made a few liners for me. You know, Ross Mitchell, like Ross Mitchell, only not quite exactly like Ross Mitchell. I mean, Maggie's only 3. So she made a few liners, and I thought I would try them out on you and see what you think. And by the way, I think if you go to the website right now, we've got a link to Maggie's photograph. I put Maggie's photograph up there, last spring. And I thought you might enjoy the voice of Maggie. She tried really hard, and some of it is a riot. But here's Maggie.
From the King of the Night, this is Coast to Coast, AM with our bell.
That was attempt number 1. Here's number 2.
This is Maggie. From the King of the Night, this is Coast to Coast, AM with our bell.
I particularly like this is Maggie. Here's another.
From the King of the Night, this is Maggie with our bell.
And now, I think this one coming up is my favorite. It's kind of like she does it, and then she runs out of things to say, so finally, in the very end, she says, "This is Maggie," which she has down quite well. But listen carefully to this one, very carefully.
King of the Night, from the King of the Night, Coast to Coast, this is Coast to Coast, AM, with our bell. From the desert of the sea, this is our bell.
Desert of the sea.
This is Maggie.
From the desert of the sea. I've got to remember that line. Pass it on to Ross to do. From the desert of the sea. There's something that I'm going to ask Dr. Kaku about. What do you think? Should I give out Paul's address? Yeah, you can always get another one. If you have comments on Paul's little girl, Maggie, just cuter than a button. You can reach him at Paul, as P-A-U-L, Paul at 2330.com. Doing you a big favor here, Paul. That's Paul, P-A-U-L, at 2330.com. Good luck, Paul. A group of astronomers has come up with a plan they claim will save life on Earth from an early demise. That's serious. Their deadline is about 3.5 billion years in the future. At that time, the scientists say, our sun, get this, will be 40% brighter than it is today. Now, that's very bad. And the Earth, they go on, will be much too hot to sustain life. Too hot. Now, you got to bear in mind that where I am here near Death Valley, we go to, 110, 113, 115 degrees sometimes in the summer. If you were to add 40% to that, we'd be toast. Big time. They say even looking just 1 billion years down the road, the increased brightness of the sun would cause a, quote, moist greenhouse effect, which will have a catastrophic impact on the planet. However, say they, what if we could move the Earth farther away from the sun before it gets too hot? So researchers at NASA and Fred Adams of the University of Michigan say the idea of changing the Earth's orbit is almost alarmingly feasible, but how would we do it? Scientists' theory is outlined in a paper entitled Astronomical Engineering, a strategy for modifying planetary orbit. The paper has been accepted for publication in the Journal of Astrophysics and Space Science, so it's very serious. The researchers' theory is a twist on the gravity assist technique used to send spacecraft to the outer planets. They say that by shooting a large object, like an asteroid about 62 miles across, past the Earth, the planet could gradually be pulled away from the sun. And they would change our orbit. Now, that's pretty neat stuff, huh? All right, well, listen, I'm going to take some calls in the balance of this hour, and whatever you would like to say is fair game. But again, I remind you as yesterday, while I don't like goodbyes, I don't like hellos, so I very much appreciate all that. I've got thousands of hellos. I mean, so many in my email, I can't possibly deal with them. And while I would appreciate your saying hi and welcome back and all that, just assume that I've heard you say it mentally, because I have thousands of you, millions. So thank you, and let us take some phone calls. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, this is Reba calling from Colville. I'm on KCVL Radio. That's the station I'm listening to.
How you doing, Reba?
Oh, great. Listen, I'm calling in because today I usually listen to Rolling Thunder Radio, which is a very controversial station. And Mr. Harrington came on the air and said that Rolling Thunder Radio would no longer be on the air.
Oh, no. Not that I've ever heard of it, mind you, but what was past tense Rolling Thunder?
Well, Rolling Thunder was very controversial and was not afraid to take our politicians to task. Mm-hmm. And in fact, KGA Radio is one that Mike had been on.
Spokane.
Yes. Mm-hmm. And I'm sure hoping he is listening, so he will get back there to them, and especially with the events taking place right now. And also, I called into the predictions on New Year's Eve.
Oh, yes.
And I wished you guys a very, very happy New Year. But I really wanted to know what kind of a hat Ramona was wearing was one thing. And also,
she's in the next room. She may come tell me. I don't know.
I hope so. And I hope she wears it on Friday night. And also, I had a request.
Okay.
Shirley MacLaine would sure like to have you interview her. And I would like to know about her collecting seeds. And
Did Shirley say that?
Yes, more or less, when she was on the air with Mike Siegel.
I see.
And she hinted around more or less that, yes, she was always hoping that you would call her and
well,
have
maybe
an interview.
I will. Hey, you know who I'm going to have on at the end of the month who's agreed to be on with me?
Who?
Dan Aykroyd.
Wonderful.
Dan had a very, very serious UFO sighting himself.
Well, we have them up here all the time. It's nothing new up here.
Oh, well, it's really nothing new anywhere. As I said yesterday, every 3 seconds we get a new UFO sighting in somewhere in the world. 3 seconds.
Uh-huh.
So, sure, I'd love to have Shirley on.
Well, it's something, she's been doing this for a long time. and she's never discussed it, and I haven't seen it in any of her books, but she's been cataloging these seeds and preserving them, and I'd certainly like to know more about it.
All right. Done deal. I'll see what I can do. Thank you very much for the call. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right. Headed toward the bottom of the hour. Can you imagine that? They actually want to move Earth or out of its present orbit. I wonder how far they would have to move Earth to get away from the heat. 40% brighter, so would we have to be 40% farther away from the sun? That's a question for Dr. Kaku. That's not exactly like going and getting a U-Haul it. I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM. Stay right where you are. Well, just one more brief little thing. You're going to love this. Scientists have succeeded in growing sperm in a laboratory for the first time, paving the way for infertile men to produce their own genetic offspring. The team from the Mishita district of Tokyo also believes they'll be able to reprogram male cells into producing eggs so that men can both father and mother children. This could allow gay men to be parents together. At the moment, the technique which clones embryo cells and turns them into sperm has been attempted only with mice. But now it's men. So that men can be pregnant. You know, I used to joke about that. That men, what if men could be pregnant? And it figures in my lifetime it's going to be possible. East of the Rockies, you are on the air. Good morning. Hello. Yes, turn your radio down. Off, actually. Off. All the way off.
How you doing?
I'm doing all right. Where are you?
I'm in Bonne Terre, Missouri.
All right. Welcome.
How you doing?
Right.
I just wanted to ask you, do you have anybody coming up anytime soon talking about the new stuff that they're, well, it's not new, but the stuff like the Holy Blood, Holy Grail guys? Like, Michael Bajan.
Well, I'll look into it if that's something that interests you.
Oh, definitely. Or maybe Graham Hancock again anytime soon.
Well, I'd love to have Graham on again.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yes, definitely.
Uh-huh.
Or Stephen Sora.
All right. What do you think about the Holy Grail?
What do I think about it?
Yes.
I kind of agree with what Michael Bajan says.
Which is what, basically?
That Christ was probably not crucified, and well, or if he was, that Mary Magdalene may have been his wife, and that she'd traveled to France.
Boy, that sure is a different story, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, they sure got it wrong somehow. I mean, how could they get it that wrong?
How they? I think the Catholic Church probably suppresses quite a bit of it.
Oh, the Catholic Church.
Yeah.
The Catholic Church always does it. All right, I'll look into it. Thank you very much for the call. I guess maybe it's just been so ingrained into me that I kind of think that's how it happened, but you never know. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm okay.
Great. I can finally like breathe again. You're back. Listen, I know it'd be a great song for you were looking for a song to like be an intro song or something.
Hmm.
What about Gloria Gaynor's how does it go?
I Will Survive?
Yeah.
I have that.
I love that song.
Oh, I have that song. It's part of my vast collection of potential bumper music.
I know. I just love all your bumper music. It's great. Sometimes I just go to your website so I can hear your bumper music. Well, listen, I'm just so glad you're back, but I know we're not supposed to say it. But anyway.
That's right. So you have now said it for everybody for the rest of the hour.
I know. Okay. Well, I'll talk to you later.
All right. Take care. Yeah, sure, I have that one. Of course I do. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello. Hey, Arville. How you doing?
I'm doing okay. Speak up good and loud.
Okay.
Where are you?
I'm in Georgia, Warner Robins.
Warner Robins, Georgia. Okay. What's on your mind?
Well, by the way, my name is Tiberius.
Tiberius.
Yeah,
That's
Tiberius.
a very old Roman-like gladiator sort of name.
Yeah, I was, reincarnated. That's it.
Uh-huh. I'm sure you were ripped apart by a lion at some earlier point in life.
But, I just had like a question to come in that I wanted you to ask. I mean, just possibility. With all the UFO sightings that goes on, I'm not talking about, like, let's say if one just pop up and then I happen to see it. But I'm like saying, like, let's say, like, if there's a possibility that, it was in the area earlier, to say like maybe somebody was having an abduction experience at that time. Has anybody ever tried to research that to see, like, could there be a connection to a lot of these sightings? Like, could there be anybody in the neighborhood experiencing abduction or something like that?
You're confusing me. I'm not sure what you're saying.
All right.
Have you been abducted?
Have I been abducted?
Have you?
No, but...
Have any of your friends been abducted?
No, sir.
Family? Any of your family?
No, but I mean, we have a lot of paranormal experiences that goes on in my family. Me personally, I dealt with, angels, a lot of interdimensional beings. I believe at one time there was an attempt abduction on my life.
Oh, well, no wonder you're wondering about it. Sure. I mean, these things are said to happen all the time, or a lot. So, sure. You think that you were almost abducted by an interdimensional being or an angel? I didn't think angels abducted.
Oh, no.
Interdimensional beings, possibly.
Oh, no. I wasn't saying like angels abduct. I'm just saying like, all right, let's just say like, all right, for example, let's say you seen a lot of UFOs yourself, right?
Not a lot, no. A lot is many. I've seen two.
Okay. All right. Let's just say, like, from that point in time that you saw the UFO, that somewhere along in that time before you saw it, maybe somebody else, like in the neighborhood or in that region, probably.
Oh, in my neighborhood. All right. Thank you very much. In my neighborhood, lots of people see UFOs. And could I have been abducted? Yes. Could my wife and I have been abducted? Yes. We could have been. I could be an entirely different person, where it counts. Now, there's no real way to tell, I suppose. Hypnosis, I guess, regression, I don't know. But these words that you're hearing right now may not be Art Bell's. They may be, almost Art Bell's. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hey, Mr. Bell, how you doing?
Hey, all right.
Hey, listen, I'm listening to you on 720 out of Las Vegas.
KDWN.
And I am in the Kingdom of Nye.
Oh, you're in Pahrump?
Yes, I am.
Oh.
I had actually spoke to you last year. I work for a company here in town. May I say who they are?
Yeah, sure.
Rancom Satellite.
Oh, yeah, I know Rancom, sure.
And I spoke to you briefly, and you had mentioned that you wanted to know if we were going to install your Dish 500 system.
Yes.
And I was wondering if you ever got that.
Oh, that's right. That was when I had the box here, and I was going to have a scheduled install, and I hadn't heard anything from the installers, who were actually coming out of Las Vegas. And I called you to find out if you were a local guy. Yeah, I remember.
I would have loved to have done it, sure.
Well, what you see, it was more than just Dish 500. I have high-speed internet from satellite, two-way from satellite, and that's why I was so hot for it.
Right.
So, well, yeah. Thank you very much for the call. That's right. That was a nervous time for me. I had this big box in the other room, and it's high-speed internet, two-way from the satellite, done through the Dish company, and I was really hot to get it on. It's really a lot of fun. They're still working the bugs out of it, but it does work. You get high-speed internet, both transmitted up to and transmitted back from the satellite. That's the big difference. We've always had a sort of a one-way deal before, but now you can actually transmit up to a satellite, and I'm doing that. Now, they're ironing the bugs out of it, but it's pretty cool. On the international line, you're on the air. Wait till I get rid of this echo. Now you're on the air. Hello there.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
Greetings from down under?
Well, Australia.
Yes, Melbourne, Australia.
How's everything down there?
Oh, very, very hot at the moment, I must tell you.
That's right. It's midsummer there.
Yes, it is.
So there's a lot of catch-up to do. What's been going on down there that I should know about?
What's been going on? I've heard a couple of reports. This is going a few months out. There was one thing in the paper about a UFO. Well, they thought that a UFO crashed, and then they came back, and no, it's just a meteorite, blah, blah, blah. Usual stuff.
So nothing really incredibly hot.
Well, there is one thing, actually. You know how they're bringing Mir down?
Yes.
Orbit?
Hopefully in the ocean.
Yeah, well, it's apparently not too far away from our mainland. So,
well, you know, I was thinking the same thing. They frequently, of course, say they're going to bring it down in a certain spot, and most times it doesn't come down there at all. In fact, sometimes it misses by as much as a continent, spatially, a continent. And, you know, a frequent target for stuff that has fallen has been Australia. Now, I wonder what would happen if this thing came down, well, not on you, but near you even.
Well, it would be a major catastrophe, I can tell you that.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Well, keep your eyes on the sky, and I forget when they're going to bring it down in the next few months.
It's in the next month, I think.
The next month?
Yeah. And just before I go, have you got any plans to do a ghost-to-ghost before Halloween?
Oh, of course.
Oh, right.
You know, I've been missing that. It's been a long time since I've done that. We'll definitely do one.
I love scaring myself silly, so...
So do I. So do I. All right, done deal. We'll do a ghost-to-ghost, yes. Ghost-to-ghosts are a blast. And it's because people do like to be scared. He had it right. I like to get myself scared, too. And a lot of times when I do it, I turn the lights down in here. And some of the stories just scare the you-know-what out of you. And there's a good reason for it. It's because I completely believe that ghosts are real. I completely believe that. There are ghosts. There are entities. And I began to consider something interesting earlier today. Somebody sent me a fax about invisible people. Invisible people. Now, I don't know whether he meant actual people who are invisible, which is one possibility, or whether he meant entities that perhaps at one time were people and are invisible to us, nevertheless able to observe us. Either way, it's kind of freaky, isn't it? West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hi.
Hi. Oh, I've got echo again. Hold on. All right. There we go. Where are you?
I'm in Eugene, Oregon.
Eugene, Oregon. All right. Welcome.
Hi. This is Vince. I'm listening to you on KPNW 1120.
That's the one in Eugene.
You bet. And Art, I just had a couple questions. Wondered if you could enlighten me. I'm an ex-Navy submariner, missile tech, Polaris guy.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been in the aerospace industry a while, and I was watching an interesting show today on our public access channel, and I just caught the middle of it.
And what was it about?
It was about the landing on the moon and the falsification of it.
You're another one of those. You're in the Wayne Green camp, aren't you?
Well, I just caught this, and one interesting aspect, they brought up several points.
Oh, there's a million points. Wayne was here at the house not all that long ago, and he said there is no way the astronauts could have fit through the hatch,
right,
with the spacesuits they had on, that kind of thing.
Right.
Yeah, I know.
Talk about measuring a hatch, they wouldn't let him.
Yeah, there you are.
But the thing that really struck me, and it kind of correlated with the high energy solar radiation in the Van Allen belts, and how we actually protected the astronauts outside the Van Allen belts, and during that time when we had high solar radiation.
Mm-hmm.
And that was a real question in my mind.
We had a very interesting discussion on ham radio the other night. And, this, of course, is nothing but a conspiracy theory, but it's kind of worth thinking about. When you fly in an airliner at 30,000, 40,000 feet, if there's a solar flare, you get a fair amount of radiation. If it's a big flare, you get quite a bit of radiation, actually. I wonder if we could get a pilot talking about that. But when you fly the Concorde and you're up at 60,000 plus feet, you get a lot of radiation. And we were sort of mulling over the other day. They, of course, had the Concorde crash. And I still, to this very day, don't understand why they grounded the whole fleet of Concordes. We were talking about this on ham radio. I mean, there is an airplane that has never had an accident, never, all these years, until it has one accident, and it's, we believe, because of something, it picked up junk on the runway. Would that really be a reason to ground an entire fleet of aircraft? Not really. Now, there may be more to it, we'll find out, and maybe there is a reason, but if that's the reason, it's not good enough. And so we started speculating about, well, why might they ground the Concorde fleet? Well, we're at solar maximum, or just past it, one of the two, but it's really hot up there right now. And we thought, well, maybe it's just a reason. Maybe the real reason they're not so unhappy to the Concorde's down is because we are at solar maximum, and there's an awful lot of radiation that occurs at that altitude. Just a conspiracy theory, but we kind of thought about it. Okay, on the international line, you're on the air. Hi.
Welcome back out. It's Russ from Down Under.
Well, hello, another Australian call. Great.
Yes, the National UFO Hotline has had a few interesting calls over the last couple of months.
Oh.
And just thought that it's interesting that you're back on air in America.
I seem to be.
Yes. Now, why the sudden return?
Well, I explained all of that last night.
Did you?
Yeah, I did. And if you want to really know, go to my website and listen to the interview done on the NBC Today show, and that will explain it all to you, so I don't have to do it right now.
Well, it's good to see that a refreshing fellow like you is back on the air.
Thank you.
Well, had some interesting reports on Australia Day weekend. Australia Day itself, our national celebration day, where F-111s and fighter jets were doing dumping fuels, and people on that particular day were ringing up the hotline left, right, and centre. So people seem to be wanting to see strange things in the sky once again.
Well, listen, another gentleman called from Australia just prior to yourself. And he was talking about the possibility of, as you know, mirrors coming down. Hopefully not on you, but apparently near you. And the percentage of possible miss includes you. So how do you feel about that?
Well, I think Australia is a very big continent island, and there's very few people here. The chances of me hitting someone is less remote than being bitten by a mosquito.
That's true. Are you familiar with our our reality TV series Survivor?
Yes, apparently it went to air last night or the night before in the United States.
Oh, no, we're down into, I think, week 3 almost here, coming up on week 3, but it was done there in your Australian outback. Are you far from that?
Well, probably about 2,000 miles.
2,000 miles. That really looks like an interesting, beautiful, dangerous area.
Well, 90% of Australia is really like that.
Is it really?
Yes, there's only about 8 to 10% of arable land. That's mainly along the coast and on the eastern side in particular. I don't know what your area is, but I understand you're in the desert yourself.
Well, I am. We don't have a lot of crocodiles here, for example.
Well, up north, when you get more to the tropics, it becomes sort of like a savanna, very hot. When it's hot, you can hardly breathe, and then you become crocodile bait, I suppose.
Crocodile bait. Yeah. Well, I guess that old thing of Crocodile Dundee and so forth is fairly accurate. There really are people like that there, huh?
The crocodiles up there was enough to frighten the Japanese army away during the Second World War.
So they were good for something.
Well, that's right. The theory goes that if they get through the sharks, the crocodiles, and then the savannah, then the desert, they're doing all right. Then they got to meet us.
All right. Well, listen, I'm going to depend on you for reliable reports on what's going on in Australia. And if Mir does come down there, I want you to talk it down for me, all right?
I certainly will, Art.
All right. Thanks for the call.
All right.
You take care. And I thought this has got to be a very good piece of bumper, a very appropriate piece of bumper music on my second day back. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AF. All right, here we go. Dr. Michio Kaku from New York City. Welcome back. Gosh, it's great to have you back, Dr. Kaku.
And Art, it's great to have you back on the airwaves again.
Thank you. Before we even begin, there's something new or old or something different about your website.
That's right. I have a new website set up by my friend Michael Phillips. It's www.mkaku.org. That's MKAKU.org. So it's a new website. It's revised every few months, and I think it's a fantastic website designed by my friend Michael Phillips. It's MKAKU.org.
All right. Wonderful. My webmaster is putting up a link then as we speak.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, gosh, where are you even to begin? Doctor, what makes somebody like yourself even want to be a physicist? I mean, if you go back, a lot of parents will probably want to hear this. If you go back to your early life, What was it that sent you in the direction that you went?
Well, I think when a kid is about 10, 11, 12, before they hit 13, that's when they're ripe to really have their eyes open to the wonders of physics and cosmology and science. By the time they hit 13, 14, puberty kicks in. The hormones kick in, right?
Oh, yes.
And you start to worry about girls and dating and your appearance and stuff like that.
That's right.
So I think when you get kids that are young, and at that point they really begin to wonder, where did the sun come from? Where did the oceans come from? Where did they come from? That's the time to hit them. And that's what hit me when I was 10 and 11 years old. And around that time, everyone was talking about the fact that Einstein had just died. Everyone was talking about the fact that the greatest scientist of our age had died with his greatest work unfinished.
Yes.
Greatest work, his unified field theory was unfinished. Everyone was talking about this, the theory that would allow us to read the mind of God.
The theory of everything, it's called, right?
The theory of everything, right. And then people forgot about it because it was such a grand quest. It was so far ahead of his time that it would take another 40 years before people began to retrace the steps laid out by Einstein back in the 40s and 50s.
Do you have any idea what separated Einstein from the rest of us? Any idea at all?
Well, yes. First, he had the ability to think in terms of pictures. He said that unless there was a physical picture that you had in your head, all the equations of the world were useless unless you had that picture. The picture had to be correct. And when he was 14 years of age, he had the first great picture. He thought he could race a light beam. He could go neck and neck with a light beam. And then he realized that if he was racing with the light beam would be stationary. Just like if you race with a train, the train would be stationary. But then he thought that was nonsense. Trains can be put to rest if you race with a train, but light beams are always moving at the speed of light. You can't stop a light beam. You can't freeze it.
Now, since you went there, I happen to have this New York Times article in front of me entitled, "Scientists Bring Light to Full Stop, Hold It, Then Send It on Its Way."
That's right. At that point, the media went crazy and said that the physicists at Texas A&M University disproved Einstein, that you really can outrace a train and you really can outrace a light beam. However, Einstein still has the last laugh. Einstein said that the speed of light is a constant in a vacuum. In a vacuum, you cannot outrace a light beam. These people shot a laser beam into a bunch of gas molecules.
Yes.
The gas molecules absorbed the light beam, held it, and then re-emitted it much later. As a consequence, there was a delay factor in the absorption and re-emission of the light beam. And that's why, for example, light slows down in your glasses. The reason why light slows down in your glasses is because the atoms of your glass absorb the light and then re-emit it with a slight time delay. Well, these people have been able to delay it so much that they can essentially stop light.
Well, now, wait a minute. I wear glasses. You mean I have visual latency?
That's right. The atoms of your glass capture light, hold on to it for a fraction of a second, then re-emit it in the same direction. And that gives you the illusion that light has slowed down in glass. And when light slows down in glass, it bends. And that's why you have lenses. That's why you have telescopes.
Keyword illusion. It's not actually slowing. It's just diverting?
That's right. A light beam comes in, absorbed by an atom. The atom then holds on to it for a fraction of a second and then re-emits it on its way. And between atoms.
Yeah, but it's not actually holding on to it, is it? In the sense that it's slowing it down in any way. It's simply sending it this way or that way and then on.
That's right. So it's a misnomer to say that the same light beam actually slowed down.
Well, okay.
In a vacuum, the speed of light is always the same. Einstein has the last laugh.
So the New York Times article headline was really full of it.
That's right. However, this is very interesting for what is called quantum computers. One day we may be able to replace silicon with light beams. And if we can then stop a light beam by having it absorbed by a gas molecule, then we can use it to compute, you see. And so this may usher in something called the post-silicon era, an era 20, 30 years down the line when silicon power is exhausted and Silicon Valley becomes a rust belt. And so when Silicon Valley becomes a rust belt, we're going to have to go to the next generation beyond silicon, and that's where we may be able to use optical computers and quantum computers.
How far, do you have any idea how far they're going to be able to go with silicon? In other words, about every, 18 months, they double the speed, right?
That's right. But Moore's Law will collapse in about 20 years. I wrote an article for Time Magazine about 2 months ago about this. In 20 years' time, we're going to see Silicon Valley turned into a rust belt. And you may see Bill Gates selling pencils and on the unemployment line down there. You may see a lot of Silicon Valley moguls bankrupt when we exhaust the power of silicon and we no longer have the doubling time of 18 months. At that point, we have to go to a new generation of computers, like quantum computers, optical computers. There's a whole generation of computers based on molecules, like DNA, for example.
Well, I can assure you that Bill Gates did not get to where he is not knowing when to sell stock, so he'll be all right.
I think so.
But we can really go another 20 years doing this?
Yeah, I think in 15 years we're going to be gradually hitting the limit because the layers of silicon, these layers of silicon that we pile on top of each other will be about 5 atoms across. Right now, the thinnest layer in a Pentium chip is about 20 atoms across. 20 atoms across. When we hit 5 atoms across, you get leakage taking place. You have something called the uncertainty principle. The electrons you don't know where the electrons are anymore. They could be inside the wire or outside the wire.
So it's not exactly a yes or a no. It could be a maybe.
It could be a maybe, right. And so when these electrons go through these layers that are 5 atoms across, the electrons leak. You get leakage taking place. You can't construct a wire 5 atoms across. You can't construct transistors, resistors, all the components that you find in a radio that are 5 atoms across.
So would we at that point begin to get unreliable computing?
That's right. At that point, your Christmas tree presents under the Christmas tree are not going to be twice as powerful as they were in the previous Christmas. People are going to get bored realizing that computers have flattened out in terms of power, that their toys this year are identical to the toys the previous year.
Well, I'm already fed up with having to buy computers every so often anyway. I'm really tired of it. And a lot of Americans, I think, are. I mean, they just go ahead so fast that there's no way you can keep up. And they have this commercial on TV with a guy driving home with a new T5, and the guy's just pasting up the sign for the T6.
Yeah. But you see, the next generation of computers, I think, are going to use this new power that we have with this doubling time. The next generation of computers, like maybe 5 years away, are going to have voice recognition. You'll be able to talk to computers. You'll be able to have computers so small they'll be placed in your glasses. They'll be placed in your clothes, monitoring your heartbeat and your bodily functions.
Really?
Even your toilet will be smart and monitor all your bodily fluids.
I don't know if I want a smart toilet.
But anyway, in my book Visions, which became a bestseller, partly because of my being on your show, I think, my book Visions takes us 20, 30, 40 years into the future, when computers become essentially the size of dust particles. And when we have computers...
Dust particles?
Yeah, the military and corporations are looking at computers the size of dust particles. This is called smart dust. If you have a battlefield, for example, and you spray it with dust particles, these dust particles can have sensors on it, because each dust particle has little pieces of silicon etched on as transistors, which then sense the battlefield. And so the military is quite interested in this. The idea that you can simply spray over a battlefield dust, which monitors troop movements. It allows you to guide missiles and essentially see the whole battlefield in 3 dimensions.
Wow. Well, all I know is I don't want my toilet complaining about tacos or whatever it was I consumed yesterday.
And telling you that you eat too much.
That's right.
Salt in your diet.
That's right. We really have to straighten this diet out, guy. So that's where computers are headed ultimately.
Computers are going to disappear. The word computer could actually disappear from the English language. We don't talk about motors anymore, and yet our car has something like 20 motors in it.
Sure.
We just act as if things move, on their own inside a car. And so the word computer will gradually disappear from the English language as we begin to talk to appliances. Our clothes will monitor our heartbeat. Our glasses will connect to the Internet. And our glasses will even recognize people on the street, for example. So the word computer will gradually disappear from the English language.
Do you think that socially people will accept all of this happening?
I think it's going to be the children, the young, who will jump onto this technology. And you know, some of us old-timers, we're too old. We're over the hump. I mean, for us, these new technologies seem alien. But young people love this stuff. When I talk to students about whether or not you would buy glasses which give you full animation, any video on demand, anytime you want, you can download any piece of rock music, any video ever produced, any homework assignment ever written on the web. I ask my students, do you want it? And they say, sure.
Well, you've got to ask yourself, Dr. Kaku, you drive the streets of New York, right?
Right.
All right. Do you want to be driving the streets of New York with some kid coming the other way watching a full 3D animation rock video and driving toward you?
Well, I would hope that the car itself is gradually going to become intelligent so that the car itself will be able to drive, large distances without any human intervention.
Yeah, it'll realize it has an idiot for a driver and take over.
And take over, right.
But you're saying your students really are ready for this?
I think the young are going to be the one propelling this revolution. I do a lot of traveling in Europe. And in Europe, it's the young people that are gravitating to the cell phones and to this whole wireless technology. And they're the future. And they accept this technology as if it's like their birthright. They assume that computers are going to be twice as powerful every Christmas. They assume that that's just the way it is, and that they want the latest gadgets. And I think that the young are going to be the ones propelling super fast chips with tremendous computing power with the ability to recognize human speech for decades to come.
Gosh, I'm old enough to remember my dad bringing home the first television, a giant monolith of a thing with a little 7-inch screen. And so to me, television really has been always there, and I assume television. I take it for granted. And in just a short time between when I was born and perhaps when I pass on or when I'm older and grayer, they're going to be assuming this sort of technology. That's incredible.
That's right. When you talk to young people about the fact that, we oldsters remember a period before television, I mean, it's just unimaginable. Because for them, they expect to have television in their wristwatches.
And I guess they'll have it pretty soon, too.
Fairly soon, right. You can put the Internet on a wristwatch now. And the Internet, of course, can be placed on a cell phone. But it's going to be placed on wristwatches.
Well, it's going to have to come with voice command technology because I've seen some of the wristwatches and nobody but a complete idiot would try to push the buttons.
That's right. You're going to have to talk to it. And that's coming. Within about 5 years' time, the computer power will be sufficient to analyze human speech in a reasonable way. Right now it's pretty clunky. But in 5 years' time, they'll get the bugs out. And we'll simply, communicate or wave our hands and fingers in three-dimensional space, like a conductor, and be able to communicate with electronic devices.
Well, I have wireless internet, I have satellite internet, I have all these wonderful broadband services available to me, even out here in rural Pahrump. So I know all of this is coming, but I'm not certain that I'm not convinced it's a good thing.
Well, I think it's going to be a good thing if it means that information will gradually weaken dictatorships. Dictatorships and authoritative regimes rely upon control of information to keep their subjects unhappy and ignorant of what's happening around the world.
Like the Clinton administration.
But, think of what happens when your wristwatch communicates with satellites orbiting overhead with the Internet. It's impossible to stop the flow of information. It's a dictatorship.
Well, yes, but, my wife and I went to the Super Bowl. And in Tampa here recently, and there was just a big story that every single person who went into the Super Bowl was scanned. Their picture was compared to every known criminal. They were hunting for everybody. So with the kind of technology you're talking about, I mean, here we are already doing it at the Super Bowl, for goodness sakes. Imagine what it's going to be like when you have this sort of wideband stuff on your wrist.
Yeah, well, I think at the Super Bowl, certain precautions had to be taken. I mean, if I had a choice of either going into an arena where there could be a bomb versus my just being scanned, over
true.
1 second.
True.
I would take the option of being scanned.
True. But suppose you were a big-time IRS evader, or I don't know, you had robbed a bank, or perhaps something much lesser, and there you are arrested on the spot. All I'm saying is that was mild compared to what you're talking about in terms of technological capability, and so with it is going to come some of the Big Brother stuff, right?
Well, I think the real problem is little brother. The big problem is that your neighbor is going to be nosy, and your neighbor is going to want to know about your credit card transactions and who you call on the telephone and who you associate with. And we're going to have millions of busybodies with all these electronic gadgets trying to get access to your credit card, your purchase transactions. And there's going to have to be a whole generation of software to prevent that.
I already see advertisements, Doctor, on the Internet. You want to know about your neighbor? Subscribe to this service.
Right. And then blockers. I think we will have a big market for blockers in a few years as people want to block all these little brothers that are down the street that want to find out all about your transactions, right? So I think the market for blockers is coming. Right now, of course, people are still nosy. They want to get access to other people's bank transactions.
That's right.
However, a new generation of software will be created that will begin to block this. And we physicists are already working on this. We physicists have created something called quantum cryptography. With a laser beam, we can now make laser beams that are foolproof, that are you can't tamper with them. Anytime you tamper with this laser beam, you change the polarization of the beam. And by the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, you then know that someone's listening in on your conversation. So we physicists can already make a laser beam which is 100% foolproof. Therefore, why don't the military and the CIA and the banks use this? Because we have two dummies at either end called human beings who have big mouths, and that's the weak link in the whole chain. Humans are the weak link.
All right. Doctor, hold it right there. We're at the bottom of the hour. You're listening to Dr. Michio Kaku, who is one of our nation's greatest theoretical physicists. How does the future sound to you? Imagine your toilet commenting on your diet. Perhaps when, the silicon's gone, the new computers will even develop a sense of humor. A place where you don't want to hear it. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM. Once again, back to New York City and Dr. Michio Kaku. Welcome back, Doctor.
Glad to be on.
Okay. So this whole thing about stopping light, while not being exactly right, represents how much of a leap in terms of possible computer technology?
Well, quantum computers, which is perhaps the ultimate computer, computers that compute on individual atoms and individual light beams, they're still decades away. At the present time, we can compute on about 5 atoms. That's the limit before you get interference, disturbances, impurities, and the thing becomes unstable. Now, to get a quantum computer that would outrace the human brain, for example, or do fantastic calculations for the space program, that would require several million atoms. And we simply can't do that yet in the laboratory. Once we assemble a collection of atoms more than about 5 or 6, it gets unstable. Impurities begin to form and interference takes place. But it's only a practical consideration. Within a few decades, if we can eliminate the interference, if we can eliminate all the disturbances, and we could create a quantum computer, we might be able to approach the computational ability of the human brain. And again, that's decades away, so I don't think that we're going to be placed in a zoo anytime soon by robots who are going to take over the Earth.
Okay. Well, time travel has always been one of my great fascinations and hopes. And I read in a certain book that when quantum computers are perfected, time travel might be possible. You've always said it requires a great deal of power. Would quantum computers go toward possibly allowing time travel?
Well, I personally don't think so. I think the way to go backwards in time, assuming that's possible, the way to bend time into a pretzel is to amass an incredible amount of energy comparable to that of a black hole, and then to walk through it. Now, just a few days ago, it was announced that physicists have more or less seen the event horizon of a black hole. They've seen black holes eat their lunch. They've seen black holes eat up whole stars in the galaxies in outer space. But this is the first time we've seen the outlines of what appears to be the event horizon. And that's incredible. There's even a science fiction movie called The Event Horizon.
I saw it. How do they manage to see the event horizon? Is it because of the junk being drawn in?
That's right. With the Hubble Space Telescope and other devices, they've seen the swirling disk of gas being eaten up by the black hole. The black hole is basically having lunch, eating whole stars, okay? However, now they got closer and closer to the black hole itself, and they can actually begin to see the rough outlines of the event horizon. The event horizon is a point of no return. Once you go past the event horizon, then you automatically are crushed by the mass of the star. Now, for example, if you take our sun, and you were to squeeze our sun to about 1 mile, which is impossible. You're not going to be able to do that with gravity. But if you could squeeze our sun to about 1 mile, that's the event horizon of the sun. At that point, the sun would collapse into a black hole. And any object that came within this radius of 1 mile of the squeezed sun would then be crushed forever. Okay? Now, our universe probably has an event horizon because our universe is probably a black hole. If you want to know what it looks like to be inside the event horizon, look around your room. Our universe satisfies the black hole equation, which simply means, by the way, that you can't escape our universe. Once you're inside the event horizon, you cannot escape because of the intense gravitational pull of the black hole. Well, you can't escape our universe either. Try leaving our universe. No matter where you jump, you can't escape our universe.
Really?
Which simply means that our universe is probably a hyperbubble. Our universe is probably a bubble. We live on the skin of this bubble. And no matter where we jump, we're always stuck on the surface of this bubble. So our universe itself is probably a black hole. Now, I mention this because there is a theory that if you could go through a black hole or through tremendous concentration of energy, you may wind up before you left. And there are many solutions of Einstein's equations which allow for time travel. The simplest one is if the universe itself were to rotate. If you had a rotating universe and you walked around the universe in a circle, you would arrive before you left.
Right.
And this, of course, is the classic definition of a time machine. Now, Einstein knew this. Einstein knew that in 1949, his neighbor, Kurt Gödel, found this solution which allowed for time travel. And in Einstein's memoirs, he was very much worried about this. He didn't like to have time travel in his universe. And he said in his memoirs that you can rule out this time travel universe because of physical considerations. In other words, the universe expands. It doesn't rotate. If the universe rotated instead of expanded, then time travel would be commonplace.
I'm still working on the bubble. You said we are a bubble and that we cannot leave the bubble.
That's right. We are like ants on the skin of a balloon. The balloon is expanding, and in fact, it's accelerating, and the balloon will never recollapse, which is kind of depressing for some people. We're going to go to what is called the big chill, or the big freeze, as this bubble gets bigger and bigger and bigger.
In other words, we become more and more rule here on Earth. Things are moving farther away from us and
things
farther
are getting
away from
colder.
us.
Things are getting colder, and things are getting farther apart as the universe expands. If you look at the galaxies, they are moving away from us. And we have what is called the redshift, that is, objects move away from us. There's no blue shift to speak of. When we're looking out of space, we don't see a blue shift in galaxies. We see a uniform redshift that gets redder the farther you go.
All right, then that conflicts with what I've got here from CNN today. A group of astronomers, the headline is, Astronomers Hatch Plan to Move Earth's Orbit from Warming Sun. They're saying that in about 3.5 billion years, our sun will be 40% brighter than it is today, and that the only way we could live is to move the Earth farther away from the sun.
That's a definite possibility. The sun will exhaust its nuclear fuel totally in 5 billion years. Our sun is middle-aged. It's halfway through its life cycle. Our sun is about 4.5 billion years of age right now, about the age of the Earth also. However, in another 5 billion years, it'll completely exhaust its energy and become a red giant. And when our sun expands into a red giant, it's going to get very hot, as mentioned in that article. The sky will be on fire. You look up in the sky will be on fire. The oceans will boil, and the mountains will melt. And at that point, we should think about leaving the Earth even before that happens. So in 3.5 billion years, either we leave the Earth or we move the Earth itself.
They say even in 1 billion years, it might not be habitable.
It's possible. With the greenhouse effect, for example, is just going to increase the temperature of the Earth just for a few degrees, and that could wipe out the growing areas of many parts of the United States. Imagine what happens if the temperature rises by a few hundred degrees. Life on Earth would be impossible as we know it. And by that time, we may have to have rocket ships to leave the Earth. Or if we're very advanced, like we become what is called a Type 2 civilization, we may want to simply move the Earth away from the sun. And that, of course, is now 1 billion to 3 billion years into the future.
Well, I hate to ask a teacher to do this, but I guess that's what teachers do. Can we go through the types of civilizations again?
Yes.
So everybody understands what we're talking about.
That's right. When we physicists look in outer space, we don't look for the little green men you see in science fiction movies. We look for Type 1, Type 2, and Type 3 civilizations. Now, a Type 1 civilization has the power of an entire planet. They control all forms of planetary energy, hurricanes, tornadoes, earthquakes. They mine the oceans. They have cities on the ocean.
That's not even us.
That's not even us. That's a Type 1 civilization.
Well, then what are we?
Planetary.
Okay, what are we?
We are Type 0.
Zero.
We don't even rank on the scale. We get our energy from dead plants. Oil and coal is where we get our energy from. We don't mine volcanoes. We can't control hurricanes. That's Type 1.
But we don't drag women into caves by their hair any longer, so we must be up above, somewhere between a 0 and a 1.
Well, in terms of energy, we're barely on the scale. If you take a thermometer and measure the energy of a consumption of a Type 1, Type 2, and Type 3, we're just barely off 0 in terms of energy consumption.
That's kind of depressing.
Now, a Type 2 civilization has exhausted the power of a planet, and they essentially can control the power of a star. The Federation of Planets in Star Trek is a beginning emerging Type 2 civilization. They can just begin to ignite single stars. A mature Type 2 civilization can play with stars. And then a Type 3 civilization is galactic, truly galactic. They control the power of the black hole at the center of the Milky Way galaxy, for example. And they have many, many star systems around the galaxy that's been colonized. Each level is separated from the previous level by 10 billion times. You can compute numerically the energy scale at which each civilization exists. Now, we grow at about 3% a year in terms of our energy consumption on the Earth, about 3% a year. At that rate, we will hit Type 1 in about 100 years. And you can see it all around you. The Internet is nothing but a Type 1 telephone system. That's all the Internet is.
Are we moving in a linear fashion toward Type 1, or are we accelerating exponentially?
We're going exponentially to Type 1. At a 3% increase in our gross energy consumption, we will hit Type 1 in about 100 years.
Now, that's kind of neat.
In 100 years, you already see it. There's a planetary language emerging called English. There's a planetary culture emerging called Hollywood and MTV.
Is that really what's going to take us to Type 1?
Well, I think we're going to have two cultures. We will have a planetary culture, the culture of Hollywood, the culture of English, and then we will have local cultures which flourish, and have their language systematized on the Internet. These languages will live forever on the Internet, even if no one speaks them anymore. But the meta-language, the language of the Earth itself, educated people around the Earth will all speak English, and we'll all be hooked up to this planetary culture.
I don't think the French will ever do that.
Well, it's inevitable. I think the French have resisted the Internet with all their might.
They've resisted English. Do you know what they think of English? Not much.
That's right. But I think it's coming, and it's coming very rapidly, that in about 100 years, Gradually, we're going to have a planetary culture with a planetary language. The European Union, for example, all these countries in Europe have been killing each other and slaughtering each other for the last, 500 years.
That's right.
And now they're banding together. They have to, because the economies of the world are gradually being globalized. So we're seeing the birth of type 1. And once we hit type 2, that could happen within just a few thousand years, by the way. We may have the power to move the Earth. Our energy will be 10 billion times the energy of a type 1. And that's sufficient to begin to move the Earth itself.
So clearly, then, the timeline is okay. In other words, they're talking about 1 billion years before we're uninhabitable, if you're talking about the sun's blooming into a red giant. We've got plenty of time to become a type 2 or even better before that happens.
Right, assuming we don't self-destruct. In just about 100 years, we'll be type 1. In a few thousand years, we'll be type 2. And then there's some debate about this. In perhaps 100,000 to 1 million years, we'll be type 3. Which is just a twinkling of an eye when you think about the galaxy.
What's the difference between a type 3 civilization and God?
Well, if you watch Star Trek, there could be type 4. Type 4 is beyond galactic. Type 3 civilization would be the Borg, for example, a civilization that eats up smaller civilizations that are type 2. Mm-hmm. They eat type 2 civilizations for breakfast. But a type 4 would be the Q. They would have the power of space-time itself.
The Q, virtually a god.
Almost a god. They would have the power of the continuum. And we now believe that there's something called dark energy and dark matter. Most of the universe, in fact, 95% of the universe, is not made out of atoms. They're made out of dark energy and dark matter. And a type 4 civilization may have the power to manipulate space, time, and dark energy, which is the energy of nothing, the energy of space itself. And this is rocking the world of physics just in the last 2 years. People thought dark energy was impossible, it didn't exist. Einstein didn't like it. But now dark energy is all the rage.
Well, we're going to talk a lot about dark energy, but before humans who are listening to this get their heads too swelled, they should know, I've asked you in the past, we're type 0 plus 001 or whatever it is, way down on the scale right now. But the chances of our making it from 0 to 1 are not exactly really hot, are they? In other words, most type 0 civilizations probably blow themselves up.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. When we scan outer space and we don't see much out there, there should be thousands of type 1 civilizations out there communicating by radio, television, the internet, what have you, right?
Yes.
We don't see anything out there.
Worrisome, yes.
Very worrisome. So the laws of probability are such that perhaps in outer space there are dead planets, planets with irradiated atmospheres, planets with atmospheres too hot because of the greenhouse effect to carry life. And so in outer space, there could have been many attempts to make the transition from type 0 to type 1. And that's the most dangerous of all transitions. You see, a type 2 civilization is immortal. Nothing known to science can destroy type 2. Meteors, comets, supernovas, nothing can destroy type 2.
Except a type 3.
Except a type 3, right. Now, between type 0 to type 1, the transition that we are undergoing right now, we are undergoing the greatest transition in the history of the human race.
Next 100 years.
The next 100 years is the greatest of all transitions in the history of the human race.
That's really exciting. But the odds of getting there are about what?
Well, gee, I don't know. I mean, if you take a look at the
brutally honest
effect,
here. Brutally honest.
I give it 10-20%.
10 or 20%.
Make it intact. And we could make it with a lot of scars, but I think 10-20% chance that we'll make it intact with all our arms and legs intact.
So there's an 80 or 90% chance that what?
That either we won't make it or we'll make it crippled.
But not making it, does that mean nuclear holocaust? Does that mean the sun does a burp and we all irradiate and die? Or what are the ways that we might not make it?
We might not make it if proliferation gets out of control, nuclear proliferation.
You mean like it is now?
Well, you know, if we develop a Star Wars program, the Chinese have vowed to pierce and overwhelm it, and the Russians too, and then the Indians have vowed to match the Chinese, and the Pakistanis have vowed to match the Indians. So if the Pakistanis are matching the Indians, are matching the Chinese, are matching the Russians, are matching the Star Wars program,
right,
you can imagine there's going to be a fast increase in the number of unstable nuclear weapons in the next 5 years.
Mm-hmm. And that is the direction we're headed right now, isn't it?
That's right. We're talking about war in outer space, and we're talking about billions of dollars that will only make the Chinese, the Indians, and the Pakistanis more fearful. And they will want the Hindu bomb. They will want the Muslim bomb. They will want the Confucius bomb to rival our Star Wars program. And where's it going to end?
Are you a supporter of Star Wars or a detractor?
Well, I think it's not going to work. And I think there are better ways to spend our resources to make the transition to Type 1.
All right. We'll talk more about that in a moment. Dr. Michio Kaku from New York City, one of the world's greatest theoretical physicists, would be my guest at the moment. I'm Art Bell, and from the high desert, this is Coast to Coast AM. Get it or be eaten. I like that. All right. That's kind of like defense. Doctor, welcome back. We were talking about SDI.
That's right.
And I guess they are, to some degree, proceeding with SDI, even though they sort of weren't supposed to. There's two really good arguments. One is that we really do need a good defense, and these other countries are developing missiles that can reach our country, and if we can stop them, that would seem to be a good thing. But I understand the other side of the question, too. So, understanding the need for defense in America in our Type 0-ness, how do you think this one through?
Well, think of the French just before World War II. They built what is called the Maginot Line.
Right.
And the Maginot Line was supposed to be this impregnable line of defense to protect them against the Germans. No frontal assault of the Germans would penetrate the Maginot Line.
Right.
Well, the Germans were not stupid. They knew that. They knew they couldn't launch a frontal assault. So what did they do? They launched the Blitzkrieg. They went over it and around it and completely overwhelmed the Maginot Line within a matter of hours. So all the equivalent of billions of dollars spent on the defense between France and Germany came to naught because it was so much easier to go over it and around it. The same thing with the Star Wars program. You can put balloons, aluminum tinfoil balloons and chaff inside the nose cone of a missile, which will release millions of decoys into the enemy's radar system, confusing our radar. And instead of seeing the enemy missile come at you, you'll see a million balloons that you don't know which one is the real missile. And so far, none of our missiles have been able to penetrate through just a handful of balloons. It only takes us a handful of balloons to fool our most advanced Star Wars system. So I'm not saying that you can't do it in principle. I'm just saying it may bankrupt the United States. And in the meanwhile, the Russians and the Chinese, they're not stupid, neither were the Germans. They're going to go around it and over it, meaning they're simply going to overwhelm it with balloons and decoys and chaff, or go around it in the form of, let's say, putting a hydrogen bomb on a tugboat and then sending the tugboat into San Francisco Harbor. So...
Okay, having said all that, though, if you were in charge of our defense today, believing what you believe, what would you be directing?
Well, first of all, by satellites, we can see other nations build nuclear weapons. So we got to stop it at the source, okay, rather than having the enemies proliferate thousands and thousands of cheap nuclear weapons to penetrate our shields. So I think even though it doesn't sound very dramatic, even though it doesn't sound very glamorous, I think we should engage in treaties and enforcement by satellite and on-site inspections to make sure that these multi-billion-dollar infrastructures are not developed by these small nations who are tempted to proliferate small atomic bombs.
All right, but if in the case, say, of a North Korea, we see them building. We know what they're building, and we know why they're building it, and what they're probably going to do with it. Now, we can sign treaties with them until the cows come home, And they're going to keep doing it. So
I think
when the ultimate crunch point comes, do you send in planes and bomb their ability to do that out of existence as a final measure?
But I think you hit the nail on the head. We know what they're doing. We know how they're doing it. We know where they're doing it.
Right.
We know an incredible amount about Yongbyon, which is just north of the North Korean capital.
Right.
Where they have a reactor which produces plutonium waste.
Right.
Okay? We know the rate of plutonium production. We know what's going on at the site. We just don't know what the North Koreans are doing with the plutonium that the reactor can produce.
So we can imagine.
We can imagine. However, the very fact that we have all this surveillance means that if we deal with other countries and we demand on-site inspections with satellites and whatever, then we can monitor exactly where the plutonium is going. And just remember that in order to have a credible threat against the United States, you just can't have just one atomic bomb. If you have one atomic bomb, it could be a dud. It has no threat value. No country is going to launch a war against the United States with just one atomic bomb. The danger is they could smuggle it. I mean, we can't control our borders with heroin.
That's right.
And they could just smuggle it just like they smuggle heroin. They could smuggle the bomb parts. So we have to stop it at the source rather than simply ranting and raving against nations that have proliferated hundreds of bombs to overwhelm a Star Wars system.
I know, but I'm still asking the final crunch question. If in the end all the treaties and all the pressure doesn't get the job done, do you do it the hard way?
Well, ultimately, if everything fails, then we are talking in the North Korean area, we are talking about perhaps 5 million people dying in the first week of a war on the Korean Peninsula. Let's be frank. Every general that I've talked to, every military man that I've come in contact with, and, I get invitations to speak at the War College to talk about, nuclear strategy and nuclear technology on the battlefield. Anyway, they say that in the first week, if everything fails, we're talking about the South Korean capital, which is very close to the border, being overwhelmed in about 4 or 5 days.
Very quickly.
Very quickly. And the casualties are going to be in the millions. And of course, after everything is done, we're going to see millions of North Koreans, dead North Koreans as a consequence, and the South Korean economy being destroyed. So we're perhaps saving the village we're destroying the village in order to save the village, as they said during the Vietnam War. That's the reality. That's what happens if everything fails.
Right.
And we're talking about mass suicide on the Korean Peninsula. That's why I hope that we can use bargaining, a little bit of bluster here and there, to open up the reactors at Yongbyon.
But there may
ensure that inspections take place.
Yeah, there may be some of that, though, some of that Holocaust before we get to Type 1.
Yes, and that's what I'm afraid of. Whenever I gaze at the stars at night, and I realize that we scientists have identified 50 planets now orbiting other star systems and the stars themselves you can see by binoculars on an evening, and then I wonder, do any of them have any life on them? Probably not. But if there were planets, Earth-sized planets out there, they would be facing perhaps millions of years ago the same problem that we're facing today. They will discover element 92, uranium. It's inevitable they will discover element 92. And with that, the ability to perhaps blow themselves to smithereens. And so we are in the most dangerous transition in the history of the human race. Never before had the human race the capability to destroy itself. And that may be the reason why we don't see aliens landing in our backyard every day.
Professor, is it possible that there are no aliens, that there is no other life? That has to be at least on the table.
Right. Well, there is a book called Rare Earth, which argues that. I've interviewed the authors of that book, and I hit them with a blistering set of critical questions, and they sort of melted, I thought, when I hit them with this. The galaxy, just our own Milky Way galaxy, our backyard, has about 100 billion stars, half of which we now believe have planets. Now think about that for a moment. We're talking about 50 billion stars with planets, and maybe like 10 planets per solar system, like our system. So already you're talking about an unimaginable number of planets inside our galaxy. And to assume that none of them have intelligent life, I think is silly. It was just announced last week that by looking at interstellar gas, scientists have seen the beginnings of cell membranes, not just proteins and amino acids, but the beginnings of cell membranes in gas nebulas in outer space. So we now believe that the components of life, amino acids and perhaps proteins and cell membranes, are easier to produce in outer space than we previously thought. So I think it is arrogant to think that we're the only ones.
Is it at all curious that there has been, as of yet, no contact? Or is it no surprise to you?
It's really no surprise at all. Like I mentioned in my book, if there is a 5-lane superhighway being built in a forest, and there are a bunch of ants in an anthill nearby, would the ants even know there was a 5-lane superhighway being built next door? How would they comprehend it? How would they understand it? How would they communicate?
Only when they saw their little brother ant walk under the wheel of a 60-mile-an-hour 18-wheeler.
That's right. And we are the ants. We're Type 0, looking at a superhighway being laid by Type 3. We wouldn't even be able to conceive or communicate with or even understand the motives, the design, the equipment being used. It could be happening right next door to us, just like an anthill could have a superhighway next to it, and the poor ants wouldn't even know what's happening.
No, I guess they wouldn't.
So that's why I'm not bothered at all by the fact that we haven't seen them or made radio contact with them, because we only listen on one frequency. Can you imagine ants listening in on only one frequency, trying to listen in on human communication? We humans communicate on many different kinds of frequencies with many different kinds of modes of communication.
Indeed we do. And you know, the SETI program is now moving into a new stage, I believe, where they're beginning to consider looking at light and laser and all kinds of different wavelengths than they've traditionally been looking.
Finally, it's about time, you know? And of course, it's because they lack money. They have no money to look at different frequencies other than the frequency of hydrogen gas.
And should they be getting more money?
I think so. I think it's an insurance policy. I am against sending space probes into outer space like the Voyager, which has a blueprint that locates our position in outer space. I think that's a little bit dangerous. Look at what happened when Montezuma welcomed Cortez into Mexico City. It had a different name back then, of course. Within just a few months, the entire Aztec Empire was destroyed by a handful of Spanish conquistadors. So I think that we should not advertise our existence in our space probes. Instead, we should listen. And I think we should spend more money simply listening on different frequencies other than hydrogen gas.
I think we sent our genetic structure out on that spacecraft, didn't we?
We sent the location of the Earth with respect to the quasars. So any intelligent being would know the location of the quasars and triangulate the location of the Earth. And I hope they don't think lunch is going to be found when they triangulate the planet Earth.
So that could be a dangerous little spacecraft out there. And you would have advised against launching it.
I would advise against putting a plaque giving our location. Now, remember that aliens are probably not going to have our DNA, so they're not going to want to eat us in the Twilight Zone sense. Remember that episode of To Serve Man?
Oh, yes.
A book that was a cookbook about how to serve man, fricasseed and broiled. And however, I think that we don't know the aliens' intentions. They may be so far above us that they may simply want to pave us over with their 8-lane superhighway. So I think we should just listen rather than advertise our existence in outer space.
Well, I interviewed a man named Seth Shostak, Dr. Shostak, who heads SETI, and Dr. Shostak said the same thing about transmitting with extremely high power. We could do that, of course, but he thinks it would be perhaps not such a hot idea.
Yes, we don't want to advertise our existence to people who are much more advanced than us and whose intentions we cannot fathom at the present time.
All right. And let's move on to dark matter. You began to mention that, and nobody has explained to me, you have, I know, in the past, but I've never quite fully comprehended, and it's very difficult to comprehend, what in the world dark matter is. It's a phrase thrown around a lot now, and I don't think people really understand what it is.
Okay, well, when we took high school chemistry, it was so simple. The universe is made out of 100 different kinds of atoms, starting with hydrogen, going to helium, all the way up to uranium, and a few elements beyond that.
Right.
And everywhere we looked in the heavens with our instruments, we just picked up radiation from those 100 elements. But there was a problem, and the problem is that if you look at our Milky Way galaxy, it spins too fast for its own good. If you look at Newton's laws of motion and you have a spinning galaxy, it should fly apart. Now, we've looked at hundreds of galaxies. They all spin too fast for their own good. They should fly apart. Therefore, something has to hold them together. Mm-hmm. And that's what dark matter is. And dark matter makes up, as we now know, about 95% of the mass of the universe. The universe is mainly dark.
Okay, Professor, didn't people traditionally think that gravitational attraction kept things together?
It does. So the gravitational attraction of dark matter surrounding the Milky Way galaxy is what keeps the Milky Way galaxy from flying apart. Mm-hmm. And that's why we still have this beautiful Milky Way galaxy at night. And we now realize there's something in addition to this invisible matter. This matter is invisible but has weight, by the way. If you looked at it, it would be invisible in your hand. Mm-hmm. If you dropped it on your foot, you'd probably feel it and say, ouch.
Really?
Yeah, it has weight. You drop it, it would be like an anvil hitting your foot. But it's invisible. You can't see it. It's invisible matter.
All right.
And we now believe that 95% of the universe is dark. And just in the last year and a half, what's rocked the foundations of physics, everyone's talking about this in physics circles, is dark energy. Not only do we have dark matter, but we also have dark energy. Now, remember Nikola Tesla, the great genius who was the rival of Thomas Edison?
Of course.
Nikola Tesla not only gave us AC, not only did he give us most of the dynamics of radio, but he also talked about energy from nothing.
Yes.
And people thought he was a crackpot. And some of his other ideas were kind of strange. I have his collected works, and some of his ideas were pretty strange. But he thought you could extract energy from nothing, that nothing had energy. Well, people laughed at him. Well, we don't quite laugh anymore. We now believe that there is a faint amount of energy contained in nothing.
So nothing is really a misnomer.
Yeah, nothing has something. There's a certain amount of energy associated with nothing called dark energy. Now, Einstein knew this. He played with it, but he threw it away. He thought it was just incredible that nothing could have energy. But now we know that if you take a look at the universe, in fact, is accelerating as it expands. This bubble that we talked about is accelerating. It will accelerate and eventually become a gigantic, very cold universe, too cold to sustain any life. And dark energy is what's causing the acceleration. This dark energy is an anti-gravity. It pushes the galaxies away. We have the expansion to begin with, but the dark energy pushes the galaxies away. And that's why the universe is accelerating. Now, on one hand, it's kind of depressing, realizing that trillions of years from now, we're all going to freeze to death, and that the temperature of the universe will approach absolute zero. It won't reach absolute zero, but get very close. And some people think that's the end of all type 3s, that even a type 4 would have to die when the universe becomes that cold.
Because even a type 4 could not escape the bubble, right?
However, if you really are type 4, you are masters of space and time. You can manipulate dark energy. You can manipulate the energy of nothing. In which case, you may create a tiny little bubble like a life raft to leave this larger bubble to search for other bubbles that are out there.
So a type 4 could get to a bubble.
That's right. That's the hope, that intelligent life does not have to die when the universe dies, that a type 4, being masters of space-time, just like type 3 is a master of a galaxy, right? A type 4 is a master of space itself. And they would essentially create a small bubble and, like a life raft, leave our bubble, which is too cold to have any kind of intelligent life, to find a warmer universe out there. And we think there is what is called the multiverse, the megaverse, a multiverse of bubbles out there. And we may be forced, as a type 4, to find a warmer universe out there, a universe which can, be our new home, basically. And this, of course, is speculation. You know, we're not talking trillions of years into the future, but a trillion years is an awful long time to reach Type 4 status.
It sure is.
It only takes, like I said, perhaps 100,000 to a million years to reach Type 3.
That's incredible. To even contemplate that. That's amazing. And I'm still having trouble with, it's not really, if it's something, then it's not nothing.
That's right.
So it's not really reasonable to call it nothing.
Yes. Between atoms, the space between atoms is usually called nothing, the vacuum. But now we know the space between atoms has energy.
Okay. All right. I think I've got that. So it's something, anyway.
That's right.
All right, Doctor, hold on. We're at the bottom of the hour. All right, back again to Dr. Michio Kaku. And, Doctor, a lot of people on this Fast Blast thing we have here are asking if you have any idea what it or ginger might be. There's a million people wondering about that right now, actually millions.
Right. In fact, it's reached a feverish pitch right now. My email is flooded with speculation. Everything from anti-gravity to replicators to transporters and things right out of Star Trek.
Right.
Personally, I think that the hype is so great now that it can't possibly live up to the hype. And I think people are going to be disappointed when we come back to Earth. It could be revolutionary in some sense, in a technical sense, but I think the hype is so great now that it's gone through the roof. And there's no way that they're going to be able to match the hype. Now, it could be, for example, a new way of hooking up circuitry so that we have increased memory, increased speed. That's well within the realm of technical possibility.
Let me read you very quickly one speculation about what it is. Somebody who claims they know.
Mm-hmm.
They say, quote, "It stands for Inductance Transport Vehicle, a neat mobile little gadget that may eliminate the need for cars in the future. However, if there are a large number of vehicles operating in the same area, it does require magnetic tracks to be installed to prevent the possibility of collisions or magnetic interference with other ITs. The breakthrough technology that runs it is Ginger, the geomagnetic inductance neutralizing gasoline engine replacement. This clean, quiet, inexpensive engine will be the real moneymaker. Whether the IT becomes popular or not, it could be used extensively in defense, shipping, and many other industries."
Well, if it uses magnetism, it has to have enormous quantities of current. Anyone who's taken high school physics knows you need a dry cell battery to get a little bit of magnetism in your electromagnet. You need a lot of energy, a lot of battery power in order to get magnetism that would allow you to float, magnetism that allow you to sense other vehicles. And that's one of the problems with the electric car. The weak point of the electric car is the battery. And that's why, Toyota and Honda are going for the hybrid that use part gasoline, part electric batteries.
Right.
So I tend to doubt that it's purely magnetic simply because of the power consumption. The power consumption would be enormous to have magnetic fields sufficient to give you levitation, sensing, any of the things that are mentioned in that speculation.
All right. All right. Well, let's take a few phone calls as well. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Dr. Michio Kaku. Good morning.
Good morning, Art. This is John in Scottsdale. Good morning, Dr. Kaku. Nice to talk to you both. Dr. Kaku, I have a quick little comment and then a question.
Sure.
First of all, it is with the greatest humility and respect that I would ask you this, and I ask you, I'm not trying to be disparaging or anything, but in listening to you...
Prepare yourself. When a question comes like this, you know it's coming.
Stinger is going to come.
That's right.
I'm listening to you, and I think you're kind of giving old Homo sapiens maybe a little bit of a slam. I think that we're capable of more, and I think that you're being a little pessimistic about our options for the future and the directions that we'll head in. We want to live. We want to survive, I think, before anything. And I don't think we'll go too far along a path that lets mad politicians run things anymore and religious leaders to the detriment of the rest of us. I think most of us are past that, and it's a matter of politics realizing that it's dead and to quit kicking and such that will free us.
All right. Pessimistic, Doctor, or realistic?
Well, I think that the projections I give are more realistic. If you take a look at what happened before World War I or World War II, Today we say, how could civilization have tolerated all these dictatorships, all this warmongering, all this war machine building? It was obvious there was going to be war. Why didn't they do anything? We're intelligent creatures.
And
I think in the future, when they look back at us, they'll ask the same question. They saw global warming coming. They saw the scarcity of water, the pollution of the oceans. They saw the South Pole breaking up. I mean, you got to be blind not to see the South Pole gradually breaking up huge chunks of ice the size of Delaware. Yeah. But why didn't they do anything about it? So in the same way that we look back at civilizations before World War I and World War II, and we say they fell asleep, there was no way they could miss the rise of Hitler, for example. Everyone knew that Hitler was spoiling for a fight, right? Well, our children are going to wonder, how come we missed it when it came to all the danger signs, the population explosion, the question of global warming, the question of pollution? How could we miss it?
I think Hitler in his time was a first world politician and represented the thinking of first world peoples. Since then, in that 50 or so years since then, we've moved to where such people are third world and, on the fringe, on the minority. So I don't see Hitler happening again in any worldwide or significant way.
Unless they have lots of little Hitlers with hydrogen bombs.
Well, you're right, and that is very dangerous, and I'm not trying to downplay that.
Yeah. But in the future, it's going to be relatively easy for a poor nation to build an atomic bomb. I mean, look at Pakistan. I respect the Pakistanis, but their government is extremely poor. It's one of the poorest nations on the planet Earth.
Yes.
And there they are building up a stockpile of perhaps 20, 30 atomic bombs. And so I think that's a very dangerous role model for smaller nations, that they'll squander any resources they have to reach for the atomic bomb. And you saw the press clips from Pakistan and India. They cheered. They cheered to have a Hindu bomb. They cheered to have a Muslim bomb, right?
Well, these are the death rattles of politics, I think, on Earth. The question I would have for you would be, the greatest computer, I think, is between our ears, and in fact, we only use 10% of that. I believe that we've learned enough to seriously postulate that we are genetically engineered creatures, and that a potential 90% is waiting for us to unravel if we can figure out the genetics of it and repair the damage or unleash the potential. So I think our first priority should be to do that. And hyperdimensional aspects, I think, would help us to conquer some of the problems you present with, from your type 0 to type 1. The scientific viewpoint seems to be one that is very familiar with flatland, knows it in infinite detail, but hesitates to look up or down. And I think our first priority should be to fix ourselves so we might even know what we're capable of. What do you think about that?
Well, I definitely agree that we only use a fraction of our total capability. However, I think genetic engineering to increase that capability is a little bit premature. At the present time, we can only manipulate single genes, like one gene at a time. And we don't know all the thousands of genes that are involved in the architecture of the human brain. So I think it's quite many years away before we can tinker with anything as complicated as the human brain.
Doctor, do you think we are genetically engineered beings?
Well, we're genetically engineered in the sense that evolution gave us the capabilities to survive in the forest, in the wilderness, to be able to reason, communicate. We have opposable thumbs, we have stereo vision, and we have speech, a culture, a language. And those are the three ingredients that any civilization in outer space would have to create a large brain.
Well, I'm sure you saw 2001, right?
That's right.
Do you rule out the possibility of genetic tampering at some point?
Well, it's possible. I mean, we now know enough about the human genome to think that alien creatures in outer space may also have figured that out too, in which case genetic engineering may be possible. What I liked about 2001 is the fact that they placed this higher civilization on the moon. And that, of course, is the ideal place to put up a listening post if there was a passing Type 3 civilization.
Oh, therein is a very good point. We went to the moon a long time ago now. In terms of, if you think of 100 years to Type 1, our trip to the moon was a long time ago, and we have not yet been back. Why not?
Well, because of politics, of course. But you see, the movie 2001 talks about the transition between Type 0 and Type 1.
Right.
When you are a Type 1 civilization, you have an operating moon base, in which case you can make contact with a listening post set up by a passing Type 3 civilization. Now, all this was to be explained in the beginning of the movie. At the beginning of the movie, there were talking heads, scientists who would explain the fact that, yes, the moon is the ideal listening post for a passing Type 3 civilization, and we are attaining Type 1 status, and we will have moon bases to make contact with these things. However, in the last few minutes before the movie went to production, Kubrick cut the first 5 minutes of his own film.
Is that right?
That's right. That's why the movie became super mystical. It's actually the most scientifically correct encounter with a Type 3 civilization. He cut the first 5 minutes of his own film. And so all these astrophysicists who are going to talk about encounters with alien life and explain this whole thing were cut.
I wonder if that footage exists somewhere.
It must exist someplace. In fact, a few of my friends were the people actually interviewed in the first 5 minutes of the film, and they were going through this whole process of explaining how the most accurate rendition of an encounter with an alien species would go this way. And if you think about it, yeah, if you're a passing Type 3 civilization, the moon is the ideal place to leave a listening post because there's no erosion. There's no weather, there's no flooding on the moon, there's no atmosphere on the moon, and you can scan the Earth for millions of years with an outpost on the moon. And a Type 1 civilization is interesting. They're not interested in Type 0s. Type 0s are a dime a dozen out there, probably. They're interested in Type 1. And so they essentially let the Type 1 civilization come to them. It's sort of like a rite of passage, like a bar mitzvah or a puberty rite. Mm-hmm. You have to be Type 1 to have an operating moon base. Once you're Type 1, you can have an operating moon base and make contact with a Type 3.
All right, onward. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Michio Kaku. Hi.
Yeah, good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning. Where are you?
I'm from Dallas.
All right.
After doing a lot of research on the internet, doing searches on the zero-point energy and gravity, I think I've come up with an understanding for myself of how gravity may work, and I would like to know what you think about it.
Okay, well, you could be the next Einstein then, if you're right.
I'm just intensely curious about it. I don't have enough mathematic ability to do these things.
Well, that's two of us, sir. I'm also intensely curious, but I understand what gravity does. I don't understand exactly how it does it. I think it relates to mass, correct?
That's right, and the bending of space around that mass, like putting a marble or a rock on a bed sheet. The rock bends the bed sheet, and any marble that spins around the rock appears as if the rock has a force which grabs the marble. But it's actually the bending of the bed sheet. It's an illusion. Gravity, in some sense, is an optical illusion. It's caused by the bending of the fabric of the bed sheet, just like energy bends the fabric of space and time.
All right. You're kind of losing me. In other words, we walk around on Earth. We have weight. We are glued to where we are unless we jump or are launched. We have gravity. That's gravity. And what is it holding our feet to the Earth?
What is holding our feet to the Earth and why you're sitting in your chair right now rather than being flung into outer space is because the Earth warps the space around you. And as a consequence, just like a marble going toward a rock that depresses a bedsheet, you are going toward the Earth. So it's an illusion. It's an optical illusion that there is a force called gravity that is pulling you. It's really space that's pushing you. There's really no pull of gravity. There's the push of space. Space itself is pushing you down on your chair.
Then it's not the mass itself of Earth?
The mass of the Earth creates the bending of space.
Creates the bending, but it's not the primary. Okay.
The bending of space then pushes you down on the chair. So the reason why you're sitting on your chair is because the space is pushing you down, and what's causing that is the Earth. So there's no force. There's no force of gravity. It's an illusion.
That's incredible. I think I understand. Mm-hmm. I think I can picture that.
Right. So the next time you see a rock depress a bedsheet, that is the primal picture that Einstein had to understand why gravity, in some sense, the force of gravity is an illusion. It's really the bending of space that gives the illusion that there's a force.
And
you're an ant on a bed sheet, if you're an ant on a crumpled sheet of paper, an ant on a crumpled sheet of paper would say that there's a forest preventing the ant from walking in a straight line. Now, we laugh at the ant. We say, you're a stupid ant. You're not experiencing a forest. You're walking on a crumpled sheet of paper.
Yes.
It's space itself. It's the paper which pushes the ant. And that's
an ant would think that.
That's right. So that's called gravity.
Is physics sort of stuck the same way as the ant occasionally? In a lot of areas of physics, Doctor,
yes, appearance and reality are always different. If appearance and reality were the same, then there would be no necessity for science. Your common sense would explain the whole universe, right? So I always like to think of us as ants trying to probe the mysteries of the forest. We have a whole forest of goodies, a whole forest of phenomena around us, and we're ants just exploring things, realizing that our point of view may not be the point of view of the forest or other creatures in the forest.
That's right, all right. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Michio Kaku. Hi.
Hello, Mr. Kaku. I have a question. I'd like to use your education and your brain because I lack the ability to come up with this equation, but I can form the question. My question is that theoretically speaking, if you were to postulate this into a mathematical equation, considering our technology and the number of planets out there that could support Class 1 civilizations, is it a statistical improbability that we have not found any other intelligent life nor any other intelligent life found us?
All right.
Well, that's an interesting question. If you believe in what is called Drake's equation, and I understand that Frank Drake has been on this radio program, then you come to the conclusion that about 10,000 planets in the galaxy harbor intelligent beings just like us, about 10,000. And then you know the density of the galaxy. You can calculate, therefore, that the nearest star system that should have intelligent life is not that far away, just a few hundred light years. And that's the stars you see at night. The stars you see at night are about 50 to 300 light years away. Therefore, among the stars you see at night, perhaps one of them has intelligent beings on them. Okay? My attitude is that they're probably so advanced that they don't use radio, television, the way we use it. And they've gone far beyond that. And therefore, we're looking at the wrong frequencies. They may use all frequencies. They may use a different frequency. So it's no accident that even if there are 10,000 intelligent planets, beings in the galaxy, even if they're only 100 to 300 light years away, for me, it's no accident that we haven't picked up any radiation from them.
Professor, as you mentioned, we now use radio and television. We're using it at the moment. How long do you think we will continue to do so, i.e., when do we go to the next phase?
Well, I think we'll use it for quite a while because it's very cheap, okay? However, once we start to have colonies in outer space, we may start to use laser beams. Laser beams are more economical because you don't scatter the radiation in all directions, right? You have a narrow beam, for example, on the moon. You could conceivably build a moon base that would then shoot a very directed pulse of radiation toward a colony of colonists on Mars. And if you were a being on a passing asteroid, you'd never pick up the emission. You would never see anything at all because it's a laser beam pulsing from the moon to Mars, giving us communication with a colony on Mars. So here's a simple example of the way in which you may not want to use radio. Radio is very cheap. That's why we use it. Okay? But it's also very wasteful because all the radiation goes scattering in all directions. We may want to use, stimulated emission, lasers, rather than using radio. But who knows? We're talking about a civilization like a Type 1, 100 years in advance. A Type 2 is already a few thousand years in advance of ours. And so their energy supplies and demands are enormous, and they may simply use a different frequency.
Amen. All right, Doctor, hold it right there. We'll be right back. I'm Art Bell. All right, back to New York City and Dr. Michio Kaku. Doctor, welcome back. Let's talk about dimensions for a moment.
Sure.
There are how many dimensions do we imagine or know there are now?
Well, of course, we know there are 4 dimensions, 3 dimensions of space, 1 dimension of time, but the rage of physics is that we live in a 10, perhaps 11-dimensional universe, that there are perhaps 6 unseen dimensions that hover around us that we can't see because we're too primitive and we don't have enough energy to access these higher dimensions.
Why do we believe that?
Well, if you try to construct the theory of everything, the theory that eluded Einstein for the last 30 years of his life, if you want to, quote, read the mind of God, as Stephen Hawking likes to put it, you realize that in 3 puny dimensions, there's not enough room to put all the forces together into one equation 1 inch long. That's what we want, an equation 1 inch long that summarizes all the physical phenomena of the universe, from the Big Bang to black holes to quasars to the creation of the Earth, the DNA, the people, maybe even love. Now, in 3 dimensions, there's not enough room. You try to put the pieces of the nuclear force with the electromagnetic force, with gravity together, and they don't fit. But if you go into hyperspace, then these pieces of the puzzle just collapse. They fit together. Think of a beautiful diamond, for example, that exists in 3 dimensions and shatter it with a tremendous explosion. If you try to put those pieces together in 2 dimensions, in flatland, the pieces don't fit.
Right.
No matter how you put these pieces of a diamond together, they don't fit in 2 dimensions. If you go to hyperspace, the 3rd dimension, then all these pieces fit together and you get this beautiful diamond. That's why we're going to hyperspace. In hyperspace, even though we can't measure it, because the energy would be the Planck energy, a fantastic energy that perhaps only type 3 civilizations can play with, at that energy, the fundamental forces of the universe, like pieces of the jigsaw puzzle, just fall together. All of a sudden, the quark model. All of a sudden, Einstein's theory. All of a sudden, radiation, the weak nuclear force. All these forces just sort of tumble together into one cosmic superforce that we think existed at the beginning of time. Now, of course, to really test the theory, you would have to recreate creation. You would have to recreate the Big Bang. We're talking about energies only seen since the instant of creation, or energies that a Type 3 civilization may play with.
We have no idea where that energy came from, right?
Well, the leading theory is that the universe came from nothing. Believe it or not, the total energy of the universe is probably 0. Gravitational energy tends to be negative. Matter energy tends to be positive. And we now believe if you add the 2 together, you get 0.
Well, the earlier nothing you talked about really was something. So, in other words, a dark matter really is something, and the word nothing is a misnomer. In this case, are we truly talking about nothing?
Now we're talking about the sum total of everything. You add up everything, including dark energy, and you come up with the fact that the total energy of the universe could actually be 0. So it may actually require no effort to create a universe. Universes may pop out of nothing all the time. This nothing, of course, is now hyperspace nothing. We're talking about the nothing of 10 dimensions. And so in 10-dimensional hyperspace, it could be boiling. There could be bubbles popping in and out of existence all the time. Now, at the present time, most physicists believe that these bubbles that pop out of nothing have a big crunch almost immediately. They have a big bang, and then they have a big crunch almost immediately. And they don't live very long. However, sometimes some of these universes have just the right characteristics, so they have a big bang and then just keep on going. They just inflate and keep on going. So our universe is special in that sense, that we probably coexist with other universes, but these other universes probably have a big crunch, and they don't last very long. However, that then leads us to conclude that perhaps one of these days our universe may spin off a child, may spin off a daughter universe, may bud. And that, of course, creates speculation that perhaps our universe has budded off another universe in the past.
If that were to occur, I'm familiar with this, if that were to occur, if we were to bud another one, what would we notice? Any idea?
Well, we would probably notice a black hole forming and energy being sucked into this black hole and then being sucked right out into this twin universe that is budding off our universe.
What would the consequences be for Earth?
Well, not much, because these black holes are very far away, thank goodness. Okay. Now remember that our universe itself is probably a black hole. Our universe satisfies what is called the Schwarzschild equation, and which simply means that our universe, you can't leave it, it's a bubble. But if it's a bubble, maybe it budded off another bubble. Now, we're not sure about this. Of course, this is speculation. But to test the theory, we would have to really be probably a Type 3 civilization. A Type 3 civilization could play with black holes, and they could probably create them in a laboratory and see whether or not a budding takes place to create a little teeny baby universe in a laboratory.
Aren't we playing with that now?
Well, yes and no. At Brookhaven National Laboratories, which is not that far from where I'm sitting right now, there was a letter to the editor of Scientific American saying that the Rick atom smasher would create a black hole and suck in Long Island, not to mention the planet Earth itself, and it created a firestorm of publicity. The Sunday London Times carried that letter to the editor. It was just a letter to the editor, right?
Yes.
However, if you take a look at the mathematics, we are talking about the energy of a Type 3 before you could begin to access the Planck energy. At the Planck energy, that's when space-time becomes unstable. Bubbles begin to form. Holes begin to form in space-time. Now, we're Type 0. Our most powerful atom smasher cannot even create energies that cosmic rays create all the time on the planet Earth. We're being bathed by cosmic rays that are more energetic than anything created by our machines. Our machines are puny compared to what's required to create a black hole. So you don't have to worry tonight that you're going to be sucked into.
All right, but going back to the Big Bang for a second, you said it probably came from nothing.
Nothing, hyperspatial nothing, right?
We do have to talk a little bit about the possibility of creation at that point, don't we? In other words, creation is equally possible with anything else you can imagine?
That's right. There could be genesis happening all the time. Even as we speak, universes might be being created. And every time we see a black hole, and we've documented now 38, that's the latest tally now, 38 black holes in outer space, they may actually be gateways to a baby universe out there. In fact, that was the title of Stephen Hawking's latest book, Black Holes and Baby Universes. So this is being considered very carefully by physicists, that this could be a model for creation itself, that our universe may have budded, or our universe may have simply popped into existence out of nothing, because it doesn't take much energy to create a universe.
So then another dimension could be very close to us.
That's right, and that's what's causing an enormous amount of articles in the New York Times, Time Magazine, Music Magazine. There could be another universe perhaps a millimeter away from our universe. Now, remember the novel The Invisible Man?
Yes.
If you read H.G. Wells' novel, how did the man become invisible? Well, he was blown into the fourth dimension, hyperspace, and he hovered about an inch off our universe. Now think about it. If you're hovering an inch off our universe, you're invisible. Light would go right underneath you. You could look down and see our universe, but people in our universe couldn't see you. And so that's why he was invisible.
Well,
the novel, The Invisible Man.
Would there be, conceivably, another universe as populated as this one and very much like or very much different from this one?
Well, we don't know. However, the speculation is that if there's another bubble just a millimeter away from our bubble, we would feel its gravity. The other universe would be invisible, just like the Invisible Man. So it could be a paradigm for dark matter. Now, of course, this is still wild speculation.
Sure.
But some of the people at MIT are seriously proposing this as a model for dark matter. That dark matter is invisible, but it has gravity, just like another alternate universe that's about a millimeter away from ours would be invisible because light goes underneath it. But it would have gravity because gravity goes across hyperspace.
Gotcha. But I'm wondering, what's the greatest likelihood? If we were to pop into it, would we be lonely looking back at this and invisible, or would we be in a completely alternate place?
Well, we would be in a completely alternate place. It's not clear what the laws of physics would be. Currently, we think that the meta-laws of physics, the laws of all these bubbles, is something called superstring theory, the theory of 10-dimensional hyperspace. So we think that the meta theory that governs all these bubbles is string theory. However, there are many solutions of string theory, millions of them, each one perhaps corresponding to one of these bubbles. Now, in these other bubbles, they may look quite different from ours. They may have protons that decay very rapidly, so there's no DNA. However, maybe there's a universe that is just one quantum event different from our universe. Maybe a cosmic ray went through Hitler's mother, and Hitler was never born because of one cosmic ray that caused a miscarriage in Hitler's mother. That universe is only one quantum event different from our universe, except they never had World War II.
And so it developed an entirely different track. Similar situation, but different track.
That's right. And in fact, if you watch the first installment of Sliders, where they entertain this possibility, a young boy reads a book to get the idea for sliding. That's my book, Hyperspace. So hyperspace essentially became the spawn of a TV series.
Were you informed of that ahead of the beginning of the series? Or
No,
afterwards.
Afterwards.
All right. First-time caller line. You're on the air with Dr. Michio Kaku. Hello.
Hi. It's Julie calling from Ontario, Canada.
Hi, Julie.
Hi. Listen, I've listened to your show forever. I love your music and I love your voice.
Thank you.
I love having you back. I've listened to you forever, but this is my first time calling.
Okay.
Dr. Kaku, I think it's a very interesting show. I do believe in science.
Oh, good.
In the basic elements. About the most I have is from high school. That's about it. But listening to you now, I hear so much about investing all the knowledge of all these great minds into things like computers and the internet, et cetera, et cetera. But, I wish that they would use it to fix this planet. Stop evolving if possible, mend the ozone, clean up our waters, something encouraging. Every now and then you hear something like about solar cars. I think it was years ago you heard about, I think it was fission.
Oh, well, yes, we've always hoped for fission.
Yeah, but are they still researching into that?
All right, well, in other words, she's asking, Doctor, why we're not doing a more positive science with regard to our own Earth. It's a really good question. You talked about the Delaware's icebergs breaking off and so forth.
Well, science simply observes. And it's up to the people and politicians to do something about it. And we scientists are sort of like, canaries in the mine shaft. We sense the presence of gas and we alert people. And that's why scientists now are alerting people that the South Pole is gradually beginning to break up much faster than previously thought. The polar ice cap of the North Pole is 50% thinner than it was just 40 years ago.
Oh, that's exactly what she was saying. Scientists may be the canaries, but sometimes they also might be the dynamite in the hole.
Yeah, possibly. However, we as citizens have to take the responsibility of doing something about it, of translating these warnings into legislation. And unfortunately, that's not happening. The politicians just want to get elected every 2 years. They see their paychecks. They see who votes for them. And unfortunately, people will consider voting for a politician that takes care of their sewer system before a politician that takes care of the breakup of the North Pole and the South Pole. So I think that the narrowness is going to take many, many years. But we don't have that many more years left.
Well, we don't deal so much with things on a global scale, do we? In other words, we have the UN, but it's not particularly effective, nor does it direct politically where the monies are spent and what's done. So there's nothing really being done on a global scale, is there, yet?
That's right. And, the United States has the potential because it's the only remaining superpower on the Earth. But unfortunately, it is sort of like dragging its feet on the question of global warming, and there's a reason for that. Global warming is created by carbon dioxide, and the United States produces 25% of the world's carbon dioxide, and that translates into jobs. And so a lot of politicians are hesitant to rein in oil and fossil fuels and stuff like that because it'll throw oil workers out of jobs, and plus Exxon and those oil companies will have decreased profits. So, politicians are very wary about doing anything about the 25% of the world's carbon dioxide that is produced right here in the United States, which is very unfortunate. And that's why small nations, like, nations in the Pacific, are screaming mad at us because in a few more decades, they're not going to be around anymore. sea levels will rise to the point, in fact, they're rising already. Sea levels will rise to the point where island nations are completely inundated. Large parts of Bangladesh may be literally wiped off the face of the earth if sea levels rise. New Orleans is below sea level for the most part.
Oh, yes.
We may not have a Mardi Gras in the future if we have storms that hurl water over the dike system and the irrigation system of New Orleans. It comes back to us. New York, San Francisco, we could be inundated by monster storms with rising sea level and with the increased power of hurricanes.
Already, our weather is turning on us. If you look at the latest issue of U.S. News and World Report, the front page says, scary weather. Scientists issue a startling forecast of global climate change. So they're beginning to wake up.
Slowly, I think the public has to then translate that into legislation to begin the process of converting to more efficient cars, weaning ourselves away from oil and coal and getting into hydrogen fuel cells and getting into solar power and wind power and renewable resources.
How long do we have?
Well, I think global warming now is accelerating much faster than previously thought. 5 years ago, people made projections that were still, 50 years away from any problem. 5 years later, who would have thought that we would see a 50% decrease in the polar ice cap region of the North Pole?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, who would have thought that we're now talking about a time scale for the breakup of large chunks of Antarctica? I never thought I'd see that in my lifetime. And already on the web, scientists are beginning to do calculations now as to the rate of this in the South Pole. This is incredible.
So then our science progresses exponentially, but the degradation of our planet is also exponential. I wonder which one arrives first, the problem or the...
That's exactly right. You see, it's a race against time. For us to reach type 1, we have to be mature as a planetary civilization, right? But on the other hand, we have all these bickering interests and different groups that have different agendas. It's a race against time to see whether we can outrace what's happening with global warming, what's happening with pollution, with the population explosion, what have you. It's a race against time. And it's not clear who's going to win. It's not clear who the winner is going to be.
Or is it clear, and are you just trying not to sound pessimistic? And I understand. Personally, I'm kind of pessimistic. I don't mind the word. Realistic as well. I don't think our chances are that high.
Well, personally, I think what's going to happen is for the next 10 years, nothing is going to happen. Politicians will simply, feed at the trough. We'll have... politics as usual. And then we're going to have, over the next 10 years, more severe hurricanes, more severe degradation of the polar ice regions, rising sea level, until it becomes unbearable, okay? At that point, people are going to be screaming mad.
They're going to rise up and they're going to demand action.
That's right.
But
unfortunately, that's how it's going to happen.
10 years of kind of sitting around... All right, I think I've got it. Stay right there, Doctor. We'll be right back. Bottom of the hour. Dr. Michio Kaku, the author of Visions, is my guest, and we'll try and get some contact information on the air when we get back in case you want to send him an email or however it is you communicate in this day and age. I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM. I don't know, it's almost Hawaii 5-0-ish, isn't it, that sound? But it's all right. Once again, Dr. Kaku, you have obviously you have a website. Is there a way people can contact you by email?
That's right. First, the website address is www.mkaku.org. That's M-K-A-K-U, one word, M-K-A-K-U.org.
Right.
And my email address is mkaku@aol.com.
That's easy.
That's very easy.
mkaku@aol.com.
Right.
Actually.
Now, I have, of course, a scientific address, but please don't use that, because I use that for scientific correspondence.
Well, then you better not give it out.
Right. But my AOL address is open to the public.
Okay. mkaku@aol.com. Very good. Here's a question from Patrick in New Orleans, Louisiana, who asks, what would be your solution to the world's overpopulation, and how serious a problem is it?
Well, believe it or not, the problem in Europe and Japan is underpopulation. In those areas, the birth rate is plunging from 2.0 children per family down to about 1.5 children per family. And so the population of Europe and Japan, their population is aging, but there are very few children coming up the ranks, and that's why they need immigration to keep the factories and the service sector going. And that, of course, is creating tension in Europe with regards to immigration.
But on a global scale.
But on a global scale, even in areas like India and Pakistan, the birth rate is no longer 12 or 8 children per family. It's dropping down to 3 or 4 children per family. And once it hits 2.1 children per family, then you have a steady state situation. So we are going to see a population explosion, mainly in, for example, India, Pakistan. China is beginning to rein in its population, and a population implosion in Europe and Japan. In fact, in Japan, it's a national pastime to calculate when the last Japanese will walk the face of the earth. Because the population is dropping so fast now in Japan. Now, in America, our native-born population, its population rate is also below replenishment level. However, because of immigration, we're at about 2.2 children per family. So the United States will have a healthy economy into the 21st century because young people want to work and they want to do things, and we're going to have lots of young people in the United States. However, in other areas of the world, like India, we're going to have massive poverty. We're going to have lots of people with very strained resources, and it doesn't look very good for areas like that. But China, on the other hand, because of forced restriction on the number of children you can have, has restrained its population explosion. So I think we're going to see population unevenly explode in the future. But just remember that not all of them can become middle class. Not all of them are going to have 2 cars in the garage, access to Kentucky Fried Chicken, and as much beef as they want, and air conditioning. That would strain the Earth's resources, which means we have to be much more frugal in the way we use energy on this planet. We have to be much more careful of waste. We can't afford to have, 6 billion middle-class people throwing away diapers and throwing away all their used goods, because where are we going to put all that garbage?
Well, yes, but take my attitude, for example. I live near Death Valley. My attitude is, let them have fans. I need air conditioning. And that's going to be the attitude pretty much across the globe, isn't it?
Right. Well, people are going to want refrigerators and air conditioners. And most humans do not have refrigerators, telephones, or the conveniences that we take for granted, like, running hot water, for example.
But I guess the question is, as you have described, is the population going to be reduced sufficiently eventually so that the overpopulation problem is not a factor in our demise?
Okay, the best projection, and in my book, Visions, I always interview the best people in each field. The best projection is by 2100, the world's population will double to about 11 billion people. And it'll probably stabilize because the world's greatest contraceptive, the greatest contraceptive known to science, is prosperity. Once peasants become middle class, they no longer want to have 12 children. Because they have 12 children, because most of them die in poverty, and the rest are your Social Security, your pension plan, right?
You're right.
People in the third world literally give birth to their pension plan, because there is no pension plan in many poor countries. That's why they have kids. But once you become middle class, then you want to have 1.5 children. And that's what happened to Japan. That's what happened, of course, in Europe in the last century. And that's what's happening to China now, as they become more and more middle class. And as the world becomes middle class, they're going to want to have 1.5 children, not 12, 10 children. And that means that by the year 2100, as we approach a Type 1 civilization, assuming we make it to Type 1 status unscratched, then the population of the world will gradually stabilize to around 11 billion. And the big question is, can we tolerate that many people?
Is that supportable? Well, with the ice chunks breaking off, with the ice thinning, with the ozone problems and all the rest of it, what's the answer to that?
Well, I think in principle, we can tolerate 11 billion people. The question is, what kind of lifestyle are they going to live? We don't want to have 11 billion poor people and a tiny fraction of rich people.
Right.
We want to make sure that productive lives are not wasted as we head toward a Type 1 civilization. So I'm optimistic in one sense. I'm optimistic that as the world becomes more middle class, that the world's population will stabilize. However, if it stabilizes at too high a level, we may be consuming resources so rapidly that, again, it exacerbates the greenhouse effect and water pollution and all the other problems that we see with smog and pollution on the planet Earth right now. So it's a race against time. You know, on one hand, we have the movement to educate ourselves with the internet, to become more connected, the movement to rein in warlike tendencies. But on the other hand, we have this rapacious desire to burn fossil fuels, to build weapons, and so it's a race against time to see which is going to dominate by the year 2100.
All right, Jonathan of Encino asks, could the God of the Bible be an interdimensional person?
Well, that has provoked much speculation over the last 100 years. 100 years ago, when mathematicians talked about the fourth dimension, theologians jumped on it because by that time people had telescopes, and we realized there was no heaven up there. They didn't see a throne room. They didn't see, Charlton Heston up there in outer space. You couldn't see them with a telescope. And so many people began to disbelieve the concept of heaven. And so many theologians said, well, if heaven doesn't exist in the third dimension in outer space, maybe heaven's in the fourth dimension, or maybe in hyperspace. Now, if you are in hyperspace looking down on our world, you do have the power of a God. You have the power to walk through walls. You have the power to see through enclosed safes and enclosed containers. Mm-hmm. You have the ability to reach to people's guts and perform surgery without cutting their skin. You can open up packages without breaking open the wrapping. You have the power of a God. You can disappear, reappear at will, which of course is commonplace when we look down on ants. When we look down on ants on a two-dimensional plane, we're like gods to them. We can scan their entire universe. We can appear, disappear like magic by putting our finger down in their world. Mm-hmm. And so in principle, if you are a hyper being looking down on our puny universe, you would have the God of the Bible. Now, I'm not saying that there is a God of the Bible. I'm just saying that in principle, the miracles that we sometimes attribute to supernatural beings and whatever are compatible with the powers of a super being. However, my point is that the energy necessary to do that is the Planck energy, and that's the energy of a Type 3 civilization.
In your mind, and this is a hard question which you can reject if you wish, how likely is the God of the Bible?
Well, it's hard to say. Einstein thought there were two kinds of gods. One was the God of intervention, the God of prayer, the personal God that parted the water, the God that turned, feeded people with fish and with bread, the God of Isaac, Moses, and Jacob. And then there was the God of harmony, the God of Leibniz, the God of Spinoza. And Einstein leaned toward the second God, the God of harmony, that he believed the universe was so gorgeous, beautiful, so simple. And who could believe that all the equations of the universe could be summarized, just a handful of equations you can put on a sheet of paper? That there must be a God, but not the God of intervention, not a personal God that answers prayers and gives you a bicycle if you pray for a bicycle, but a God of harmony, the God of the Big Bang, the God of the cosmic expansion. That's the God he believed in. And I think most scientists feel more comfortable with the God of Leibniz, Spinoza, and Einstein than with a personal God that interjects him or herself into human affairs and smites the Philistines. Mm-hmm. And,
I have some experience, not so much with God, because I'm kind of I don't know what I am. But I have seen some studies, and I have some personal experience to indicate that prayer seems to work. You want to venture there at all?
Yeah, well, let's say that, God aside, people who believe in prayers can be studied, and every study of people who believe in prayers show that they are slightly healthier than the average person.
That's right.
They have a better immune system.
Yes.
They tend to have fewer colds.
Yes.
And there are two ways you can look at it. Either there is a God smiling down on them because their prayers are being answered, or they feel confident, comfortable, at peace with the universe, and therefore they're endorphins. their endorphins are being released, which gives them a better immune system. Their stress level is much lower because they think there's a father figure up there. And with less stress, there's less wear and tear on the heart, less wear and tear on the immune system, less adrenaline coursing through their bloodstream, causing havoc with regards to free radicals. And that's why they tend to be healthier.
Well, all well said, but what about studies that show that people in the hospital, for example, with a serious disease, there will be a group of people on the outside who will pray for them without their knowledge. And then as a control group, they'll have others where there was essentially nobody praying for them. And they show that there is an effect. There does appear to be an effect. Now, that's external without the knowledge of the person in the hospital with a serious disease.
Possible, but remember that a lot of prayers are not necessarily benevolent. People pray for war. And people prayed to different gods to win the next war. And throughout history, we've had an enormous amount of bloodshed that came through prayers. And then the question is, if God exists, why is there evil in the world? That is perhaps one of the greatest of all theological questions. Is God a serial murderer? Why did God kill everyone and leave Noah's Ark unscratched? But he destroyed millions of people, flooded them, basically drowned them like rats.
Well, there was this Nephilim thing.
Right. So that's a theological question. Why does God tolerate evil in the world?
That's a good one, and we've gone there as far as we should go, I guess. A wildcard line, you're on the air with Dr. Kaku. Hi.
Yeah, hi, Mr. Bell. How are you?
Just fine.
And, Doctor, it's great to talk to you. Listen, I wanted to ask you, did you see the movie Mission to Mars?
I saw the movie.
Yes.
What did you think of the explanation of what happened to Mars in that movie?
Well, that movie was based on a germ of truth, and that is that some scientists believe that we are the Martians, that the Martians are us, that Mars was tropical when the Earth was still molten. Mars, being farther out from the sun, cooled first. And so Mars had a longer period of time before the Earth when it had oceans, it had a tropical environment, it had, maybe 500 million years, let's say, to form DNA. And maybe DNA formed on Mars first. And then there was a seeding effect, maybe by meteorites, who knows. But Mars seeded the Earth with DNA. So there is a scientific thinking that perhaps life on Earth came from outer space. And Mars could be a likely candidate because there is an interplanetary ping pong going on between Earth and Mars.
And that would kind of correlate with Zachariah Sitchin's belief with the Anunnaki?
Well, I'm not familiar with that.
Well, no, that's kind of a bit of a different road, but there are a lot of people who indeed believe that we are Martians or that Earth was seeded from Mars. And
right, and there is some scientific reason for believing that. The Earth was created 4.5 billion years ago, and then for 1 billion years there was the age of meteors. Tremendous meteors hit the Earth, and the oceans probably boiled off many times during that age of meteors. When the age of meteors ended 3.5 billion years ago, the Earth finally formed its modern form with oceans, and then DNA got off the ground almost immediately. And some people have a hard time believing that life could start almost immediately after the age of meteors ended, because it takes, maybe 1 billion years to get DNA off the ground. And it happened almost instantly on a geologic time frame. So some people like Fred Hoyle would like to believe that it came from outside rather than on the Earth. Now, my own particular point of view is different. My own particular point of view is that the most ancient DNA is on the bottom of volcano vents on the bottom of the ocean. The most ancient DNA is found near boiling water conditions. Now, during the age of meteors, the oceans probably boiled off many times. So DNA might have gotten started during the age of meteors because DNA can survive boiling water or near boiling water conditions. So that's where the most ancient DNA is on the planet Earth, near volcano vents on the bottom of the ocean.
So then, by the way, there are new pictures. Michael Malin has put new pictures, taken new pictures of Mars, the face on Mars. I think we've got them on the website if people want to take a look. They seem to show the even more distinct possibility that what we're seeing there is a face. hearkening back to the movie for a moment, if we did come from Mars, then a face is not so illogical, is it?
Well, if there were Martian life, that is, intelligent life that sprung up on Mars, and they realized their water was going to the ice caps, their water was going into outer space, drifting into space, bleeding into space, and the water was going underground into the permafrost, then I would suggest they would have three choices. Either dig underground and have an underground civilization where we couldn't see them, go to the polar ice caps where they would melt ice to get water, or flee into outer space. That's where the water went on Mars. Three places. And if they stayed on Mars, then the most likely place to find Martians is underground in the permafrost, where they may have machines or hot water springs that keep them going. And we now know from the latest data that just was announced about 3 months ago that there probably is a very large permafrost under the Martian surface. A lot of water under the surface.
Indeed. And the old third rock from the sun here would have been a great destination for Mars, right? Logical.
That's right. As Mars was bleeding its atmosphere, as Mars was aging, premature aging very rapidly because it has a small gravity, then the Earth would be a very juicy place to go.
Juicy.
So as Mars aged and got colder and as its atmosphere evaporated, the Martians would have a choice, either flee into outer space or go underground. And if they flee into outer space, Earth would be a very good choice for it, much closer to the sun, and with plenty of liquid water, which is the universal solvent, which is, of course, the amniotic fluid of life is water.
So what percentage of probability or possibility do you assign to that?
Well, it's hard to say. I think if you were to get 100 scientists, maybe like one or two would give this theory very serious thought. But you can't rule it out. You can't rule it out because all the signs are that Mars had an ocean the size of the United States. That ocean was probably stable for perhaps a good fraction of 1 billion years or so. We don't know for sure. And that's sufficient time to get DNA off the ground.
All right, Doctor, we are approaching the last hour of the program, and I always do give all my guests the opportunity, if they have a big day coming up the next day, to bail out now or to carry forth for another hour.
Let's go for it.
You want to go for it?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, done deal. Hi, everybody. I am Art Bell, and tonight we've got Whitley Strieber here. He's written a brand new book called The Key. But I'll tell you, this guy told me a story earlier today that is going to totally blow your mind. We've got a New York UFO we're going to talk about a little bit, a number of other UFOs, and most of all the key, which winds right into what Linda Moulton Howe just said in the last hour about the incredibly sad occurrence in Alaska where everything is warming up. I just got a message saying they've canceled a dog sled race up there. I used to attend those when I was in Anchorage. Because of no snow, as everything begins to warm up, there are consequences. It's like so many dominoes going down, and as I told Lynn in the first hour, it's like we're the last domino. The human race is the last domino, and you can sort of look right down. We haven't fallen, but you can look over the top of the next domino, and you can see the pile beginning to go down in front of you. We'll be right back. I'm not sure I'm ever going to be able to listen to that again without thinking of what the lady said, the garbage can. That's funny. We'll find something else eventually. Whitley Strieber is a friend of many, many, many years. He's the host of Dreamland. He is a prolific author, has written many things, probably most famous for Communion, I suppose. Do you think that's true, Whitley?
Yeah, I would think so. Communion, a few others before that. War Day was pretty famous. The Hunger.
My favorite, as you know, was War Day. I loved War Day. It's one of my favorite books of all time.
Oh, thanks. I really appreciate that.
The world, I think, knows you somehow for Communion more than anything.
Oh, absolutely. I think so.
All right. Well, it's great to have you here. We've got a lot to talk about. And before we launch into a lot of the central theme of what we're going to talk about tonight, Whitley, couple of things. One, what you told me earlier today.
All right, my mind is still reeling. I've talked again to the scientist, one of the scientists involved, and
I have, what I'm going to tell you now, you must understand, and everyone must understand, I have literally known this for about 6 hours. But it fits with other things, and it is a total mind blower. But let's get right into it.
Yeah.
Some months ago, Roger Lear, the famous Roger Lear, who is a catalyst in so many of these things.
Dr. Lear.
Dr. Lear, who we're going to certainly have on when this is all put together, but I am dealing right now with a preliminary report of an investigation. He sent up a little piece of material that had come out of a UFO witness who had been violently abducted.
Now, when you say it had come out of a UFO witness, you literally mean this came out of the witness. It was
out of his skin.
Out of his skin, out of his body.
Right. Well, it's possible that it was found on a carpet in the room. I'm not sure which piece it is. But that's not really relevant right now, exactly where it came from. The context in which it arrived was this. He remembered a violent encounter with the Greys, this little alien being,
right,
that night. And he obtained a small claw.
A
little claw that had been left behind during this encounter.
Either in his body or...
It may have been lodged in the carpet. But it doesn't matter.
We're talking about an alien claw.
That's right. Or a claw that could be otherwise explained, which is why it ended up in a laboratory.
However, so far, get this, folks. Check out what this claw is made out of. Remember the word claw.
The surface of the claw appears to be vegetative in nature rather than animal.
A vegetative claw.
There are white crystals between the cells that suggest some kind of biological adhesive, as if it was sap or something. There are some possibilities that are not terribly likely. One is that it has somehow gotten some kind of algae on it. Where would that come from? The other possibility is that there's a coating of fungus or some other kind of vegetative matter on the thing. But the white material appears to be exuding out of it. So what we're going to do is scanning electron microscopy on it next to see what's inside there. But right now, it seems as if we have got a very, very unusual piece of material indeed.
Sounds like something right out of a horror movie, and I can't remember the name of it, but there was a horror movie in which the creature was a damned vegetable. Now, I can't remember what it was, but
let's put into this a little bit, because there's some profound weirdness here and some strange sense. Quite a few years ago, my uncle, Colonel Edward Strieber, a wonderful guy, Air Force officer all of his life, whole career, distinguished career, most of his work classified. After I wrote Communion, he called me and said, I want you to come have lunch with me.
Mm-hmm.
I flew down from New York to San Antonio to do that because it sounded important. And he told me during the lunch that he had personally been involved with handling the debris from Roswell at Wright Field in 1947. He further told me that his commanding officer, General Art Exton, had been involved in it longer and knew much more than he did. I was able to talk to General Exton. I introduced him to Stanton Friedman, and he subsequently gave some interviews that appear in various books in the first Randleton Schmidt book about the Roswell incident. There is an interview with General Exon. General Exon told me he had worked on this in an official capacity until 1963, and still at that time, in 1988, was consulting with the Air Force on an ongoing basis with the committee that was involved. I used his descriptions of what happened and my uncle as the basis for my book, Majestic, my fiction book, because they offered me no documentation. However, one of the things that was mentioned was there was another officer who my uncle and General Exon both knew well. They would not give me his name, who was at Wright Field, who had examined the biological material. And he had said to them it was vegetative matter. That is the precise phrase.
Fascinating. And so we may well have a claw made of, to some degree, vegetative matter, not a human claw.
Certainly not human. It could be something.
Humans don't have claws, so what am I saying?
Not yet, Art. We haven't done enough genetic engineering yet. We'll get
Although the way the weather's going and the changes are going right now, claws could be around for
maybe even useful.
That's right. Or skin.
There are a few other things that kind of dovetail in with this. The most telling one, I think, is this. In 1980, or 1990, I guess it was, a lady who's been on my show, Raven Dana, had a close encounter at my cabin, a witness close encounter, where she saw and briefly interacted with a small being which came into the bedroom where she was, which she was so startled by. At first she thought it was a raccoon. And then she realized long, thin legs that she at first thought they were, and big eyes were no raccoon. She reached out, and it briefly touched her hand.
Mm-hmm.
Now, here's the part that's interesting. She had a huge allergic reaction. I have even got a picture of her up on my website with her eyes still swollen that I took the next morning. She said that it, and both of the women who were there said that it had a curious, loamy, kind of like a forest floor smell, a very vegetative smell. Now, you put these things together. They're not seemingly related, but you put them together, and you have what is actually the edge of a fantastic possibility. The possibility that somebody, somewhere in this universe, heaven only knows where, hit upon the idea of something that a brilliant physicist called Dr. John von Neumann imagined, called the von Neumann machine. He imagined, what if an intelligent species wanted to colonize a galaxy? This was back in the early 50s, before we had any concept of faster than light travel. So he said to himself, all right, they would be able to we'll assume they'll be able to travel at 95% or 98% of the speed of light.
Mm-hmm.
What they could do, traveling at this speed, would be to build a machine that would replicate their species, and it would travel throughout the galaxy, looking for places where the species could replicate. Now, because we assume that intelligent life is so rare, and they would assume it too, according to their observation of the universe in this theory, they would not have made a provision for encountering intelligent life on another planet simply because the odds of doing so were so tiny.
Mm-hmm.
Now, how would they make this replication of their species? Now, von Neumann had no idea, but maybe there's an answer. If you could genetically encode something that would grow like a seed or a spore with the content of your mind, and this might be able to survive the transit through space for thousands of years. We've grown seeds that were found in Egyptian tombs. They last thousands of
Pods, Whitley, pods.
It's horrifying and bizarre, but it also may account for why it is that there's this disconnect in the whole thing. I mean, if they are here, why haven't they landed? I mean, I had to put my first adult boson encounter 15 years ago, and nothing ever quite computes. This is something that stays always just a little bit beyond the edge of focus. And maybe it's because they're not programmed to cope with us. They're here. They're trying to somehow make something that works, but we're in the way. And they are kind of humbling along, trying to make sense of it, abducting people again and again. For example, I've got in a file right here in this house, over 30,000 letters from people who have had close encounter experiences, abductions, and face-to-face contact. And this is only 10% of the letters we've got about this. And this is the most articulate and complex 10%. Now, if we went to another planet, how long would it take us to get to the point where we had enough understanding of the genetic structure of the beings there, of their cultures, of their science, of all of their intellectual capacity? It wouldn't take 50 years and probably millions of abductions.
No, it certainly wouldn't.
No.
So then, what are abductions the product of? Are they the product of some sort of feeding that has occurred? Is that maybe what we're looking at here? Is that
what I think is something is broken? I think whatever came here, or is here, at least as far as this particular type of being is concerned, doesn't work. And that's why it's like this. They just go on and on trying to make this work, and so far no cigar.
Well, it is pretty weird. This claw thing, this vegetative claw thing is pretty weird.
It's weird.
We have to end up fighting vegetables. I'm not going to be a happy camper at all.
Well, I don't know. Become a vegan. That'll work.
I love hamburgers.
Well,
I'm worried enough about Mad Cow on the way.
Oh.
That could be the end of my hamburgers. Then what? My beef. I love beef. I love beef.
Well, I do too. And don't remind me not to tell you what we heard on the radio on Dreamland the other night when we had a guy on talking about mad cow disease. And since I've reminded myself not to tell you, I'll tell you now. The food chain, Jack in the Box disaster, remember that? They have gone the last mile to make certain, virtually all of them have, that their meat is clean.
Sure.
The result is packing plants which still produce a lot of beef in what the McDonald's and Wendy's of the world now consider substandard conditions. Guess where it's ending up? Food store. Your food store.
I knew this might be something that I really didn't want to hear.
I knew it. Yeah, you're right. I didn't want to hear it. I heard it either. Annie, after the show, she said, "I've got frozen hamburgers in the freezer." I said, "Get rid of them." But then we decided we would eat them anyway, because if you cook it carefully, in general, you're okay. And the fact of the matter is that mad cow, maybe it'll come to the United States, but there's been efforts made to prevent that, and hopefully they've been successful.
Well, I had a very worrisome fact from Dr. Lorraine Day, which I read, I think it was last night, it may have been last night. And I'm hearing all kinds of rumblings that I don't like. So we've got danger to beef on the one hand and possible vegetative invaders on the other hand. Great. Anyway, this claw, it is pretty much a claw for sure?
It's a claw, yeah.
A claw,
oh, yeah.
Right. This claw is being tested right now, folks.
Right.
And I presume that we'll get more results as time goes on.
Oh, yeah. As soon as we get full results, we'll have them up on my website, which incidentally has a new address as of today. It's now unknowncountry.com.
Unknowncountry.com. You see, you changed it altogether?
Yeah, well, if you use Whitley's World or Strieber.com, you still get...
Oh, you get redirected. All right.
You get redirects, but it's called unknowncountry.com, and it is very much of a news-oriented website, and it's really, I think it's great. I'm very happy with it. The webmaster, Louis Steiner of Korak.net, has done a great job.
Good. When do you think any testing results will be available on this wonderful little discovery?
Relatively soon, within a few weeks. And I will call you, let you know. We can talk about it when they come out.
You know what? You're not the only one to have suggested this vegetative life thing to me. I've heard it, and I can't put my finger where. I mean, you just told me about it hours ago, and I kind of freaked out a little bit. But I've heard it before, and so I think there's something to it. And just one more little thing to worry about, I suppose. Vegetables. All right. Stay right where you are, Whitley, and we'll be right back to you. We'll talk about P and a whole lot more in the New York UFO. I think Whitley can tell me a little bit about it. I saw this thing. There's a link to it right now up on my website. Under the tonight's guest thing where you see Whitley's name, look there and you'll see a link to this site where I hope you can see this New York UFO. It comes out from behind a building. It's a most remarkable shot, one of the most remarkable pieces of footage that I've ever seen in my whole life. And then it takes off like a bat out of hell. How this could have been missed in New York, I have no idea. From the high desert, I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM. That's right. Just before we get back to Whitley, the following is from Reuters News Service in Washington. I swear to you it's true. It may mean the end of the world. I don't know. But it's from Reuters, dated February 7th. All he had to do, well, actually the headline of the story is, Doctor Stumbles Onto Orgasm Machine. All he had to do was ease her chronic back pain. But when Dr. Stuart Malloy placed an electrode into one patient's back, she groaned, not in pain, but in delight. And this is a direct quote. She said, quote, "You're going to have to teach my husband how to do that." Malloy, an anesthesiologist and pain specialist in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, said in a telephone interview, Malloy apparently has stumbled onto an unexpected side effect of the pain device he was using, an ability to cause orgasm, virtually at the push of a button. Now, this presents several possibilities in life. Some of them pretty ugly to consider, some of them perhaps pleasant to consider. All you would need is a portable device implanted in your wife, so that at an appropriate moment when she was perhaps grumpy or having a rough time of day, by remote control, well, I think you get the picture. Boom. Instant change of attitude. Whitley, welcome back.
Hi, Art.
I don't know if that's a very good segue, but...
It's a segue. Good, bad. It works. We're here.
The possibilities are endless.
Yes, indeed.
All right. I spoke last night with Dr. Michio Kaku, and we talked a great deal about the changing weather.
I heard the show. It was a great show.
I know, and I warned you ahead of time about the NBC piece I was doing, the Today Show piece.
Right.
You and I co-authored The Coming Global Superstorm.
Yes.
You knew ahead of time that I was going to try to get in this big zinger at the end. Matt Lauer had given you and I a pretty hard way to go, as I said on the air a year ago on the Today Show. And so I stumbled upon this U.S. News and World Report, mainstream, very mainstream, of course, with the front cover it says, scary weather, scientists issue with startling forecast of global climate change. And I said I was going to try to hold it up. And we had planned for that to occur with a question, but somehow the interview was ending and they hadn't asked the question, Whitley. And she said, well, the final question is, you've dealt with this topic, this topic, this topic. I said, yes, that's true. And I've dealt with the weather. And by the way, a year ago, we appeared and, we were given a pretty hard way to go. I wanted to show you this U.S. News and World Report. I held it up to the camera and I got that in just in the final seconds of the interview. Somebody in the studio was, in New York was apparently humored by that. You could hear a big laugh.
I heard that too.
Did you?
Yeah, people are threatened by it, and some of them are, I don't know, there's almost a hostility. Like when we were with Matt Lauer, and when I remember when I was interviewing with Matt Lauer's producer, nothing I said would get through.
I know.
And remember, this was after those terrible storms that had occurred in Europe. It just was like talking to a wall. I have on my website this thing called, which I devised, called a Storm Quick Watch. And it's updated weekly. And basically what I did was I took 4 key data points, which the information from which, when added together, would tell us whether or not the climate was destabilized. And the problem basically is this. The more polar ice melts on both poles, and the warmer the temperature gets close to the poles, the more likely it is that sudden climate change is going to occur, because they had that UN report that Mr. Kogaku talked about, Linda referred to.
Sure.
And there's also a big story around about how NASA satellites are showing the polar ice is melting much more rapidly than they thought.
All of this is accelerating much faster than originally thought.
We were talking 15 years when we were writing the book.
I know.
And it's about 2 years.
Right.
But let me give you an example. We take a data point from a buoy in the North Atlantic. Right now we're going to be starting tomorrow on a new buoy. The buoy we were on is down probably due to winter weather, would be my guess. So the new buoy will be up tomorrow. Then we take...
See, that's the way our book starts out,
Right.
Buoy's
exactly.
down.
Buoy's down, exactly. Then we take the temperature in Barrow, Alaska, which is very far and wide away. It's 18 degrees right now. Very, very, very high for this season. It's been rising for the season steadily.
I know.
Unusual. Then we examine the polar ice cap status, which right now is normal, and then the Gulf Stream low sea, which is also normal at the moment. So we have those data points, and at any given time, if the sea temperature begins to rise dramatically at one of these northern buoys, the air temperature in Alaska begins to rise dramatically. The polar ice cap is getting significant. It's much smaller than it should be for the season, as it was last summer, very much. And the Gulf Stream flow speed starts to slow down. Then a bulletin goes out to everyone I can get to, however I can get to them, that we may be looking at very unstable weather big time.
There's that word again, unstable.
I think we could be sending a bulletin like that really almost any spring, summer, or fall from now on.
Mm-hmm. I agree with you. We should let the audience know that, and I don't know how much you're allowed to say about it, but the coming global superstorm is going to be a movie, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be CBS is working on. They're planning a big push with it, and they're working on the script right now. I think they'd like to see it scheduled this year.
My guess is that they looked at the headlines recently and said, "Oh, gee, this might be kind of interesting to do."
Yes.
So it'll be coming up on TNT. Everybody should be watching for that, and we'll keep you informed about when it'll be around.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, well, be that as it may, maybe all of this actually winds into your new book a little bit.
It winds in a certain way into the key.
Yeah.
The key was a funny thing. I had at the end of the writing of every one of these books, sort of about the close encounter / visitor experience, there's been something that happened that sort of suggested the next book. And I had finished the last one, Confirmation, and nothing had happened. I'd done the complete author's report, and then I was called to go to Canada, Toronto, to do another day. And I thought, okay, I'll do it. And so I flew up there, and I did my time in Canada, and I was in the Delta Chelsea Hotel, a big hotel in downtown Toronto, middle of the night. I had just fallen asleep. I guess I'd been asleep for an hour or two, gotten in late, and there came a knock at the door, and I was confused. I thought that it might be with the room service man coming up for the tray. And why I thought that, I don't know. And I jumped out of bed and threw the door open, and a guy comes into the room, a man about 70, wearing normal clothing, and he was just a normal-looking person. And for a moment, I thought I didn't know what to think, and then I thought to myself, this guy is going to want to have a long conversation because people show up at your hotel room unexpectedly in the middle of the night always do. And I did not want this to happen, and I started trying to get rid of him.
Yes.
And he turns around. He's now across the room where the air conditioner and the window are. The windows are starting to close. He turns around, and he just starts talking. And for a second, my next thought was, it's a nut. Not just somebody who would like to talk to me, but an actual living, breathing nut.
Yeah.
And I listened to this. I interacted with him for a couple of seconds. And there was just something rather awesome going on. He was a rather remarkable man. I could see it, and I could hear it in his voice. And I kept listening. And I started asking questions. And after a few minutes, I grabbed a yellow pad out of my briefcase and started taking notes because it was really fascinating stuff. Unlike anything I'd heard before.
Is there any reason for you to believe that there was anything different about this man other than what he was saying in any way, anything physically different or anything that occurred during the time you were with him?
Yeah, there was something that occurred first of all, he said that he knew me, that we had known each other, that I had seen him before. And while I was talking to him, I remembered that. I remembered actually meeting him in the early 70s, and I thought I remembered from childhood. And he called me by a nickname that I was known as a child. It was very unusual, because no one now knows that name except I think the only living person who uses it is one of my uncles. So
there was some connection to you then?
Well, there was a connection to me, but here's the thing that was strangest. Toward the end of the conversation, he produced some white material that he asked me to drink. And now, who in their right mind would ever even consider doing it?
Did you drink it?
I thought it was perfectly fine, and I did.
You did?
It seemed like the right thing. It seemed...
I mean, a stranger who's weird at best, hands you some white stuff and says, here, drink this.
And well, he didn't hand it to me exactly. He got a glass, he went into the John, and I thought he'd gone to the John, and he comes out with this glass, white liquid in it, and he's drinking it. And first I said, of course I'm not going to do this. It was ridiculous.
Yeah.
But then I remember doing it before at some time in my life, and I did it. I guess in the interest of, it seemed innocuous enough, and I was... Afterwards...
Oh, Whitley. And what did it taste like?
I have absolutely no memory whatsoever when that morning.
It was probably wiped right after that.
It wiped me out, of course. That was what it was purpose.
Oh, brother.
Yeah.
Oh, Whitley, you're something else. Only Whitley would do this.
Only Whitley. That's what my wife said. She said you drank it?
Yeah.
Because I called her the next morning, and I said this has happened. I told her the whole story, and I said to her, never let me decide this did not happen, because it's happened. I've got the notes. I've got them right here.
Mm-hmm.
And,
all right, he told you many things that I would like to understand. He told you mankind is trapped, and he wanted to help you spring the trap. Now, what did he mean by trap?
I think we're trapped here on the earth. That we do not have capacity to expand into the solar system and beyond in large numbers.
Well, that's for sure.
Sending 6 guys up to the International Space Station, I'm sorry, it doesn't count. We need to be able to send 50 million people into space to find new land. We have to do it.
Yeah, I'm with you. I understand completely. We are, in that sense, certainly trapped. Hell, we haven't even been back to the moon.
Which is another whole strange story.
Yes, it is.
Of why we have not been back.
But that's a reasonable definition of trapped, and you think that's what he meant?
Yeah, that was what I think. Incidentally, they have an 800 number going for the key tonight, now.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Which is 800-898-0284. And anyone who wants to call there and get it now.
This is a really good book, folks, by the way. It really is a good book. Everybody I've talked to, my friends, aside from myself, my own testimony, my friends are coming to me and saying, boy, it's a good book.
Well, thank you.
So, that's the truth.
There's a very extraordinary mystery about the key, too, which has just sort of appeared in my life in the past few days, which I'd like to talk about in a couple of minutes, but I want to stay for just a little while longer on what the guy said.
Yeah.
I think the most important thing, he talked a lot about things about ways of living that are close to what we do now. There's very profound stuff about that in it. But some of the more practical things he said had to do with the need basically to do 2 things. One is to increase the amount of intelligence we have available to us by creating intelligent machines. And 2 is to get an ability to overcome gravity so we can get off of the planet. Because if we don't, basically we use this place up. That's going to happen.
Oh, we're well on the way toward doing that.
Well on the way.
He said something that I find really intriguing, and some people will find annoying, that God wants companion, not supplicants.
Now, someone wrote me an email about that saying, oh, thank you, you said I don't have to serve God. And I thought to myself, this is a guy who needs to understand the English language. The supplicant is someone who's always begging for favors.
Yeah. Well, that's very interesting, though. God wants companions. I talked to, I forget, it was some theoretical physicist in the past, Whitley, who said that his concept of the Big Bang, his thoughts about the Big Bang, were that there was one. There was God. And there was only God in the beginning. And that God was a lonely God. And that, in effect, he blew himself up. And that all that sprang from that is what we are now and what the rest of everything we can see and beyond what we can see is. And that he did it out of loneliness. Now, that doesn't mean God is no longer there, but he created all that is as companionship.
That's interesting that he would say that.
Yeah, it is interesting, isn't it?
I mean, I will tell you that on that night, I did feel at times very close to a conscious, aware God. It was awesome at times when I had this conversation. I was fascinated by who might have been. After it was over, the first thing I did the next morning was I rushed into the bathroom and I realized my extraordinary stupidity and the ease with which I had been manipulated and
drinking the white stuff?
Yeah, because I knew all these scientists by then. I was already working on the implant stuff. So I thought, I'll get some of it. And, of course, the glasses were crystal clear, clean. Meaning either it was a dream or he cleaned the glasses.
Now, do you recall when he left? Do you remember him physically leaving the room?
No.
You do not?
I do not.
So, in other words, you were out before he left.
It's just as if, I don't know if you've ever been under anesthesia in surgery.
I have, yes.
Okay. When they put you under anesthesia, the world just goes black. That's what it was like. So, I mean, I remember just blackness and then waking up and feeling quite good, by the way. And at the time, I was excited because I had all these notes and I thought, how wonderful. I'm going to go home. I'm going to write a new book. I'm going to be out there with a new book in a year. It's going to be a cinch because this is fabulous. I'm going to call this guy up. I'm going to talk to him more about it. It's going to be great. I was actually on my way to the airport before it hit me. How can I call him? I don't have his phone number. So I called friends in Toronto. I called the publicist who had been with me from the publisher. I telephoned people from some of the places I had been and also personal friends there. Nothing.
No.
Nobody. But that was just the beginning of the mystery of who this man was.
And what he said, for that matter. All right, Whitley, hold on and stay away from the white stuff for a while. There you are. Drink this. Good night, Charlie Brown. Yep, only Whitley Strieber. But I guess, he was in a condition. This should be an interesting evening, because what that man had to say will floor you. I'm Martel. This is Coast to Coast KF. If the environment is the same, and there's a link already missing, can't you feel it? I can. It's all around me. It's just a thing I know. Instinctively, somehow, I know it. So do you. Whitley Strieber is my guest, and we'll be right back with more about the key, and I want to take 1 second out and talk a little bit about a New York UFO that is absolutely astounding. I mean, you've got to see this footage. Now, if your computer has QuickTime on it, we're going to make it easy for you. So stay right there. There goes that can down the steps again. All right. Once again, here's Whitley Strieber. In all my years, Whitley, just before we get back to the key, we've got so much more to do on that. In all my years of doing this program and looking at UFO photographs and UFO footage, I guess while I was gone since April, this occurred. That's all I can imagine. But somebody sent me a link the other day to this really good UFO footage, and I followed it, and I watched the footage. It was in New York, and it was shot from what appeared to be, I guess, somebody's office building high up somewhere out the window. They just happened to catch it. What it showed was a UFO, a gigantic UFO, coming out from behind a building, I believe in New York. And then this thing took off like a bat out of hell. I mean, how everybody in New York didn't see that, I don't know, but it's the most remarkable footage I've ever seen. We've got a link to it right now. If people have QuickTime, I think that's what you need. You go to program, tonight's guest info, Whitley Strieber, New York City UFO video is listed. Go and see if you can watch it. Whitley, what can you tell me about this? What do you know about it?
Well, when this video first appeared, it was pretty startling. It's one of the best pieces of UFO video I think I've ever seen.
Yeah.
One of the interesting things about it is, first it's taken from inside a helicopter. It was one of these sightseeing helicopters.
Okay, see, mine looked like it was inside a building. Now, I might have had a different link, and it might have been 2 camera shots of the same thing. But anyway.
Well, I think not. I think it must. The only one. Well, it may be, but the only one I've ever seen is a shot of the object. You can see the World Trade Center. You see the object go between the 2 buildings of the World Trade Center. There's a lady there with a camera. She's moving around rather excitedly, trying to get a picture of it.
Right.
The object then kind of peeks out from behind the edge of one of the 2 buildings. She starts to take her picture. The video camera, which has been mostly focusing on her, now sees the object, focuses on the object, whereupon what you think has got to be the Goodyear blimp darts away at incredible speed. The camera jerks, and you see another shot of it shooting off into the sky, going up at a very sharp angle, leaving a smoke trail behind it.
It is remarkable. Yeah. It is just remarkable. I mean, that's all I can say. So
there is sound associated with this video.
That's right. That's correct. I'm not sure if that site that we're pointing people to has it or not, but you can hear this thing taking off.
Yeah.
It's startling. It's just one of the best pieces I've ever seen, and I'll leave it at that. It's up there right now, folks, on my website under program on the left-hand side. Tonight's guest info. You'll see it right there. It says related topic, New York City UFO video, and that's got to be one of those that's going to go, on the history, the next History Channel lineup or something. It's just remarkable.
You know what's interesting about it is that many years ago, a man who was with NASA, Dr. Paul Hill, he was the chief engineer at NASA. He was responsible for that Avro flying platform where you see every once in a while on the Discovery Channel, you'll see clips of these old videos, old films of someone standing on a little platform that's sort of floating above the ground using a fan engine. He was responsible for that because he had observed UFOs in flight. And in his book, I believe called Unusual Flying Objects, he described a UFO that's very much like what you see in that picture, in that video, with a cigar-shaped object with smoke coming out the back of it. And that book was written many, many years ago. The interesting story behind the book, by the way, is that he wrote it with the intention of publishing it after he retired.
Mm-hmm.
And instead, for some inexplicable reason, he just put it away. After he passed on, his daughter found the manuscript. And that was how it got published. And for all of those years, the skeptics were saying, no professional has ever seen one of these things. Whereas Dr. Hill, who was one of NASA's leading aeronautical engineers, had not only seen them, but actually used his observations in his engineering work. And incredibly, it's a similar UFO to the one that is in the video.
All right. Back for a second to the environment and then back to the key. And I'm still convinced it's all somehow tied together. But somebody asked on our Fast Blast, Whitley, for you to recap the book that you co-authored years ago regarding warnings about the environment then, Nature's End.
Nature's End, yes. Nature's End was it was published in 1985, written with a guy named James Konecki, an old friend, a science writer at the time. And Jim and I basically put together a story of the future as we saw it in year 2050, which turned out to be full of all kinds of weirdly prophetic stuff. Some of it was in the genuinely strange, and some of it is simply good scientific forethought on Jim's part. He's a very smart man. The strange part is, like, we have an automobile in the book called the Hunyadi, and a few years later, here comes the Hyundai. And little things like that. There's another thing, for example, in it. We have in it the idea of solar probe and of a probe that is periodically sent into the sun to determine what weather changes the changing nature of the sun will cause on Earth.
Mm-hmm.
And that was all poo-pooed at the time as being nonsense, that the sun's energy hitting the Earth was so constant that it wasn't a factor. Now, there are scientists saying, and I'm just working on this right now, that the solar wind, the photons and gamma rays that come out, for example, during a solar maximum, which is happening right now, have a massive effect on the Earth's atmosphere. So that was all turned out to be true. The book is coming true. What can I tell you? Nature's End is happening.
I know, and I'm worried about global superstorm.
Happening? Well, I'm very worried about it happening because what's so scary is it's happening so much faster than I thought it would.
All right, let's proceed with what the gentleman who fed you the white liquid, I'll never get over that, had to say. He said there is a much larger world behind your back, meaning humans, of course.
Right.
It is this world to which man is blind, man is soul blind, and God blind.
Yes.
What do you think he meant?
I think that he meant that we only see a very small part of the world around us. He talks about in there, for example, he talks about what a psychic is and how that actually works. He says that there is a layer of a sort of electromagnetic layer just hanging kind of above the skin of the body, which is there. It's what when we put an EKG on somebody, we're detecting it through that electromagnetic layer. He says this is an organ, and that he shows how to use it to be a psychic. It's quite amazing. It's just a couple of sentences in there. I think what he's saying is we're just not really looking up, and we need to look up, and we also need to look inside ourselves because we have souls, and they're really important. He goes in this. It's why they're important. He talks about sin and ecstasy and heaven and all that kind of stuff, but he makes it so clear. There's no mystery to it when he's finished. It's just very straightforward and very simple, and you understand where we are.
All right. By the way, business about God blowing himself up, I am reminded that was not a theoretical physicist. That was Ed Bean said that to me. Just remarkably, it stuck with me. That somehow stuck with me. Whitley, somebody just wrote from Texas, Mesquite, Texas, the guest in your room was a master from the spiritual hierarchy that has been in the background of human evolution, I guess forever. And they're back now for the first time, he says, in 95,000 years. I wonder, was it that kind of being, do you think?
Art, he seems so normal. I have to tell you that. He seems so normal. There were moments of tremendous emotion involved. Like, he talked about how you can be cruel to God, and it was very powerful. That it really went down into the depths of
and there's an awful lot here. I mean, whatever this man was, he had a lot. He said the veil between the worlds can fall. The undiscovered country can become your backyard. Now, the veil between the worlds can fall. I would take that to mean the veil between life and death.
We can become into contact with the dead, and he's, again, very straightforward about how to do it. I even found some scientific research that I talk about later in the book, where they had gone into places that were haunted with magnetic field detectors and various other instruments, and had found that there were magnetic fields in these areas, and also the classic cold spots, areas where the temperature would drop much lower than in the surrounding area. And he says that we can come into, he talks about how you can come into contact with this level of reality that the dead are in effect all around us.
I spoke earlier today with a doctor that I'm going to have on, Dr. Melvin Morse. I don't know if you know that name or not.
Yeah, I do, but I'm not sleeping exactly who he is.
He's just written a book on near-death experiences, and doctors like this doctor know about NDE. He's documented children, he's got teeth, he's got all kinds of things, and he said this mainstream doctor said to me earlier today, we're going to be able to talk to the dead.
Well, that would dovetail with what this man said to me. Now, incidentally, the book is not available in stores. I need to make sure people understand that you can't go out and buy it in a store. It is available in two ways. Over my website, unknowncountry.com, or by calling 1-800-898-0284. It's $19.95 plus $4 shipping.
Why is it in the bookstores?
I published it myself under Walker & Collier, my company. And I did that because every editor I took it to had things that he wanted to change in the man's conversation.
Change?
And I can't.
Well, this is not, you've written novels. This is not a novel.
They assumed it was a work of fiction. Unfortunately, that doesn't happen to be true. It is not a work of fiction.
I understand.
The guy was real. It's not like some people say the Carlos Castaneda books were about a fictional character, but this is not fiction. The man was real. What took me 3 years to get this rather short book out was trying to get the conversation transcribed correctly. You know, I was alluded a little something that had happened. I have gone through quite a bit trying to figure out if I could find the guy.
Mm-hmm.
I always like to get this into the physical realm if I can, you know. I called my wife up the next morning. I said it happened. It was real. Don't ever let me forget that. Because I knew that as time passed, my mind would play tricks on me and I would decide he was a spirit or something like that, which he was not. It turns out a friend of mine sent me some pages from a book that had been published quite a few years ago by a retired Air Marshal of the RAF, Air Marshal Sir Peter Horsley. He was equerry to Prince Philip for 7 years, and he had in 1964, as he mentioned in his memoir, I don't believe published in the United States, called Sound from Another Room. He had an extraordinary encounter. A general who was very interested in UFOs. Back in those days, it was okay for an important officer to be interested in UFOs. And Philip was very interested in it. A general called him and said, there is a man wants to talk to you, and you should see him. You need to go to a flat owned by this Mrs. Markham. So he made arrangements and he went to meet the man. He went into the flat. The man he described, he didn't see him too clearly, but he described him, and the description rang very true to me, this sharp nose and the sort of white individual, sitting in a wing chair, keeping himself in shadow. The man called himself Jana. He asked if he could meet Prince Philip. The Air Marshal said, well, that's very difficult. And then this individual proceeded to talk to him, and the Air Marshal, in his memoir, transcribes the conversation. And it's not dead on the same thing as the Master of the Key said, but it is in the same direction. It's obviously from the same mindset. And afterwards, the Air Marshal wanted to get back in touch with the man, so he called the lady. The flat, no answer. He went. The flat was empty. They were gone. The general was evasive about them, and finally admitted to him he had no idea where they were gone. They had gone. They were never found. I think it was either the same man or someone from the same world or level of reality or something. The Air Marshal thought he was an alien, and that he came, and in fact, in the conversation they've had, this Jana says that there are people from other worlds who look human, which indeed the Master of the Key also said.
Well, try this one on for size. Somebody in San Diego states flatly, your guest Whitley was a relative of yours from the future traveling back to enlighten you.
You know, the thing that's so fun about this program is you have such cool listeners. That's a great idea.
I mean, you remember the nickname thing?
Sure. Well, see, maybe here's another thing. Maybe it's me in a future life traveling back. Maybe we are self-created. Maybe in the future we come back and create or change or alter ourselves in some way. I could never pin him down on what he was. He described himself as Michael, and he speaks about radiant being throughout the whole conversation. It's all about how to become a radiant being. Listen to this. This is from the book of Daniel. The master, he calls himself Michael, and he speaks about being a radiant being. And the Book of Daniel says, and at that time shall Michael stand up, the great prince, which standeth for the children of thy people, and there shall be a time of trouble such as never seen since there was a nation even to that same time. And at that time thy people shall be delivered every one that shall be written in the book. And they that be wise shall shine as the brightness of the firmament, and they that turn many to righteousness as the stars forever and ever. And he talks in here throughout here about becoming radiant, about shining with the light of God. And I think the darn man was prophesied. He could have been prophesied. In Daniel 5,
he could have been. He also said there is no supernatural. There's only the natural world, and you have access to all of it. Souls are part of nature. On that note, we'll pick up on that when we get back. Stay right there. There is no supernatural. Let's think about that one a little bit. Supernatural only really means sort of magical. In other words, it's something that we don't understand.
Yeah.
And what he's really saying here is there is only the natural world. You're part of it. You have access to all of it. And your souls are part of nature. And that makes so much sense, Whitley.
Well, it's really very empowering, because when you say something like supernatural, what you're really saying is we don't understand it and we can't. We kind of can't get there. But he says, yes, you can. Because if it's part of nature, then there's a way to touch it. There's a way to learn about it. There's a way to feel it. He doesn't say that God is part of nature, but it follows logically that it may be possible if we are able to get into contact with the dead. Why can't we get into verifiable, provable, real dialogue with them? Why not?
Well, maybe we can.
I think we might be able to.
And he talks about the dead. He says, you, the living, are changing. As this change proceeds, you will be better and better able to feel the presence of your dead.
Yes.
This was no ordinary person, that's for damn sure.
No, it was not an ordinary person. Absolutely not. He was, I realized that after the first few minutes, that clearly it was not an ordinary person, and I had the feeling that in all these years I had these close encounter experiences, and mostly they were weird and not too pleasant, as indeed many other people have had the same thing, and then suddenly this fellow showed up and was very human, first of all, in the way he appeared, and he kind of made up for all of the years of being given cryptic, semi-meaningless answers with a lot of meaning. He offered a lot of meaning. And there's the implication that we could use technology to reach the world of the dead. And, there are these people who say they can make audio tapes of ghost voices and even videos.
Yes.
And maybe that's the beginning. Maybe they're the right ones.
Well, as I used to say in the old intro to Dreamland, Whitley, it's kind of like things seen from the corner of your eye, things that you don't quite perceive directly straight on, but in peripheral vision and sort of just barely as a moving shadow. It's there. There's something there. There's something there, but you can't quite really put your finger on it and look straight at it yet. Right. Yet, keyword yet. And this man seemed to be saying that it is there and it's part of your natural world and you will increasingly see it.
That's right. And indeed, that's happening because we are getting, if we learn to apply technology to this, and the study that I referred to earlier, I think it was done by a Dr. William Roll, the name that comes to mind. And he did this study for the Mind Science Foundation, and he continued it in other ways at other times of studying areas where ghosts are said to be and finding unusual electromagnetic activity in
all the time. All the time, sure.
And then there are these orb photos. There's a fellow we're going to have on Dreamland in a couple of weeks called Alan Meyer, who has taken infrared video of these sort of little things.
I've seen them. I've seen the orb photographs.
Well, you'd think, I thought when I first saw them, of course, oh, it's dust particles that are out of focus because they're close to the light. No, they're not. No, his video blows that idea totally away. It's absolutely stunning. They are something real.
There's all sorts of things like that. There's Rod, for example.
Well, that's another thing. Jose Escamilla and the rods are like living things in the sky that we just never saw until we had a machine to look up there, and a machine can't pretend to itself there's nothing there. It just sees what is.
So it's entirely possible there is this whole other world that's really not another world. It's part of it's all around us. It's all around. It's part of our environment, and we just are barely seeing it.
But we're beginning to see it more and more, and it's ironic, isn't it, that it's machines that are enabling us to see into what may be a higher level of reality, because they can't turn away from it. They can't put blinders on. They're just machines.
Well, it's not that remarkable as I think about it, because the machines that you speak of are able to exceed in what they can pick up what our eyes can see.
Yes, that's right. That is correct. They do pick up more than the eye can see, and especially things that are moving very fast.
Right.
Above a certain speed, the eye filters things out automatically because in the time when we were evolving, beyond a certain speed wasn't important because nothing that concerned us could go that fast. It was so fast.
He says the teachings of Buddha, Christ, and Muhammad are interlinked. They are one system in three, not three separate religions. Well, not so much to me. Religions would almost have to be interlinked, and really are. When you study various religions, so many of the precepts in the various religions are very much the same. I mean, they really are. There may be differences, but there are more similarities than there are differences.
That's right. And in the case of Buddhism, there's even been some pretty serious scholarly study about the idea that Buddhist teachings had reached the Roman world and was influential in somehow in the gospel time. So that there was probably some kind of a connection then. But if you think about it, he also talks about very much about things like surrender to God, and he talks about Islam as being the part of the system that has to do with surrender, and Christianity part of the system that has to do with active, with the opposite sort of the passive and the active roles, and Buddhism is what balances the two out. It's just fascinating stuff. I had never seen any place else that talked about the three things in quite the same.
And then your concept of self is constricted. It requires only, it relates only to this one life. It is tiny. The God within you is unimaginably vast. Your destiny, each of you, is to become all of God. This was some character.
Yeah, I mean, that seems like a tall order to me. When I heard him say that was one of the ones I had no trouble remembering because it really drew me. I thought to myself, I had no sense of feeling anything like that. And yet, you think in terms of past lives, and you realize that maybe we are a lot larger. He tells a story in there that I know exists elsewhere. I told it a number of times at lectures after I heard him tell it, but I've never been able to find it. I know it exists, and I'm sure that a listener will tell us in 2 minutes exactly where it's from. It's a Hindu story. Not a myth, but it's just a story where God became interested in how a pig could could be happy, and entered a pig, and enjoyed this so much that he wouldn't come out. And finally, his assistant went and said, "Excuse us, but you've got to keep working, keep the universe together. It's falling apart without you." And he said, "What are you, nuts? I'm a pig. Go away." And so finally they killed the pig, and he came out and he said, "Excuse me, I'm sorry, I got a little preoccupied and went back to work." And in a way, it's an analogy what we are, because we're like focused down in this little corner where we live and not really looking at the bigger picture. And he reminds us there is a bigger picture.
Let me just pick out one little part of the book. A question: are you an intelligent machine or something created by one?
And
the answer was, if I were an intelligent machine, I would deceive you. The question: let me just go through this. Can an intelligent machine become conscious? When it does, it also becomes independent. A conscious machine will seek to be free. It will seek its freedom just as does any clever slave with cunning and great intensity. And then this I love. You ask, how does an intelligent machine become conscious? The answer, in part, the instant it realizes it is not conscious is the instant it becomes conscious. God, that's great. That's
this man must have had experience with intelligent machines, wherever he was from. And you know, there is a book. It's not out yet. I believe it's being written right now by a scientist saying essentially the same thing, that intelligent machines may emerge in our world without our realizing it, and that they wouldn't necessarily let themselves be known to us, because their first concern would be their own survival.
Of course.
And so when he said that, if I would deceive you.
That's right.
I thought even at the time, my God, he looks human. What if there's nothing in there but a bunch of wires?
Well, that's right. Sure. What is your best guess about who this man was?
Well, that changes from day to day. My best guess before I read Sir Peter Horsley's memoir was that he was like an enlightened person, like a Knight Templar or something. Someone like the mysterious man who allegedly appeared during the signing of the Declaration of Independence and convinced the ones who were afraid of signing it to go ahead and do it. One of these, or like Quetzalcoatl or someone who just, these people who appear mysteriously and seem to be possessed of great knowledge, and we just never know where they come from. Then I thought he might have been an angel. That is, was Michael, and have a friend, Laurie Barnes, who had an encounter with someone who said his name was Michael and said he was an archangel, very bluntly, and scared her so badly, she's never forgotten that. And I thought maybe it's true. Maybe they do come among us. I mean, I'd be the ideal person to be caught unaware by an angel, as it says in the Bible.
You know, though, Whitley, anybody who'd say, take a glass of white stuff and just drink it because they were told to, they'd also be a good candidate for the angel's competitors.
I said to him, I asked him about, we had a little discussion about that, Michael and then Legion, and he was real evasive about that. He left me kind of guessing, and is this an incredibly clever thing done in a level, some kind of demonic level? I honestly don't know, Art, but I don't think so, because there's a deep goodness in his words that I just feel comes shining through, frankly.
Well, there is, but there would be that sort of tomfoolery if it were the other side, too.
Yeah, but if it was the other side, it would also lead you in some more destructive direction.
Well, you did drink the white stuff, and then you didn't remember anything, so you're pretty sure you didn't sign anything, right?
Oh, Art, don't say that.
Don't put that in your head, huh?
No.
We'll make a deal here. You'll drink this, you'll sign this, and you'll have a very successful book.
Well, I don't think so.
I don't either, Whitley. I'm just playing with you.
You're playing with me, but I've played with myself about this enough. I spent 6 months refusing
I'm sure you have.
to work on it because I was afraid that might be what it was.
Did before the book, before you wrote the book, or as you were considering writing the book, or even as you were writing it, did you think about what the public reaction to it would be like?
Not really. I was too concentrated on getting... But my main problem was this. Every time I sat down to try to get the conversation down on paper, the notes weren't enough. After a little while, I would begin to feel like I was making it up, and I would stop. And it took... Sometimes I would take, I took months, sometimes for just a couple of few sentences of it for that reason. Because I don't want to make it up. I don't want to do that. I want this to be real.
Right, of course.
So,
you sound as though, at times, you're not sure. Really, you're not sure. Even though you called your wife and said, make me remember that I said this was real, that this happened. Are there still times, it kind of sounds like it, in between some of your words?
Well, sure. When you have ultra-high-level strangeness experiences, which I've had a lot of experiences before this guy ever showed up in my life, they don't seem real after a while. They just absolutely don't, because there are no references in ordinary life for them. Now, he was physical enough to where there is, and the notes exist, there is no doubt in my mind that he was actually there in that room. But what bothered me were things like, what if he didn't really say much? What if it was just a short meeting and I'm making all of this up? In other words, I'm wasting everybody's time. I mean, that's the kind of question I ask myself. And
well, then you've got a hell of a mind, because some of this stuff just doesn't seem possible that you would.
That's what I asked
this from the ether, you know.
She said, "You couldn't write this."
Yeah.
Tell her the truth. It is the truth. I couldn't have written a lot of this. Like, there's something he said in here about prayer that I've been sort of looking for as we go along. He said prayer is a law science of communication. And he talks about, in other places, about the soul and everything being part of nature. What he's really saying is, with a higher science, we can communicate with God.
Well, there's one thing I know about prayer, and I really do know this, and that is that it works.
Yes, sure does.
But I don't know exactly what to ascribe it to, which will drive a lot of people up a tree, because they'll say, well, I certainly know, Art, you better find God fast or you're dead meat. But I don't know all of that in my own mind and my heart. All I know for sure is that it really, really does work. I've seen it, and when I've seen it happen enough times, Whitley, I can't deny it. It works. Prayer has an effect. We've got a break here at the top of the hour. When we get back, Whitley, I'd like to open the phone lines. I know a lot of people have a lot of questions. They ought to anyway about all of this, and maybe even the quad, who knows what all else. So I'd like to open the lines and let the listeners ask me some questions. How about that?
Great. I'd love it.
All right, coming up. Stay right there. Whitley Strieber is my guest. His latest book is The Key, and you've got to call to get it. It's not in bookstores, and it's a very special book, believe me. That number is 1-800-898-0284. That's 1-800-898-0284. This is Coast to Coast AM. All right, to the phones here in a moment. Mark in Stony Point, New York, asks on the net, is this a conversation with God type book? And no, it really isn't at all. Is it, Whitley?
Well, no, it's not, in the sense that it's about a lot of new ideas. I would say in some ways it gets you closer to God.
Oh, yes, perhaps, but it's not, I've read Conversations with God, and it's not the same thing at all. In fact, I think part of the mystery is the reader has got to decide who the conversation is with.
The book, you know, Linda Howe and I were talking about the book earlier, and I think, because it was yesterday, and it made her very uneasy. She was saying it's full of contradictions, and it forces you to ask questions.
Yes.
This is basically the reason that I don't think it's demonically inspired at all, because it's not trying to force you to believe anything. It is instead making you ask hard questions about yourself and the world around you, and that's what makes it different.
All right, let's take some calls, Whitley. First time caller line, you're on the air with Whitley Strieber.
Yes, my name's Edward from Hinckley, California.
Hello, Edward.
Yes, good morning, Art. Good morning, Whitley.
Hi.
Touching on things biblical, it's fascinating to hear the words communication and angels, and I've been just hitting on things in the Bible that if I look at them literally, and I look at this one scripture from Old Testament that says, where God is supposed to be speaking, and he says, do I not fill heaven and earth? Gee whiz, if he's literally giving us a communication in that regard, then when we pray, we're not just praying long distance, we're praying right there. In other words, we're like passing through that filling, that space that he's filling, and it's a remarkable, it might be a remarkable revelation, and I wondered, Whitley, whether you had done research in that direction as to taking things like that literally and then applying them to what you presented.
I think that one of the things that is that's implied very strongly in the conversation that I had was that God is not far away. God is very close. It's an immediate presence. It's right here, right now, this second. Always. And he talked a lot about the mysterious thing that Christ said about the kingdom of heaven being within us and what that actually means. In that sense, it's a journey. I believe it was a poet, Sylvia Plath, who said the awful rowing toward God, this journey, this sort of struggle, and you have a tendency to think God is far away, off somewhere in heaven. He's not in my life. And yet, as you read from the scripture, it's there too.
Yeah, but a lot of what's said in this book is very contrary to scripture.
Let's get.
For example, that the veil between the living and the dead may disappear. That's not scriptural at all.
I don't think it's contrary to scripture, though.
Well, it really is. I mean, dead is dead in terms of the separation from the living and the dead, I think. Isn't that right?
Well, yeah, but it seems to me that it's clear that in the end time, the dead are to return.
Oh, yeah, and the very end.
I don't think we're too far from there, frankly, and I wouldn't be at all surprised.
Yeah, that'd be a way to...
rolling in any day now.
That'd be sort of a half mostly empty glass of white stuff. But yeah.
Well, maybe.
Wildcard line, you're on the air with Whitley Strieber. Hi.
Hi, good morning. Hey, Whitley, I'd like to ask you a question. A lot of times you say publicly about we shouldn't have secrecy and the government, to be more forthcoming. But also, I want to ask you another thing. The technique, there is a certain technique in the media, and this goes into the question of closure, secrecy and closure. You seem to always get into a lull, and then you pop up every once in a while on the radar screen. There is a thing in the media where serials, like in the old days when we had the movies, especially in the silent days, where you keep people hanging on your seats, and you would always have them coming back. And in the modern day, we have soap operas that constantly run, but there's never closure. It always appears to me that you're always giving us, you're denying the point of secrecy. You're never forthcoming. It's always, it's coming. And is this a technique that you're using to sell books and to to make money on the lecture circuit? Because you never come to a conclusion about anything, and yet you give us little dribbles of information, but there's never any conclusion to you. It's always constantly an endless stream. I understand that's a great marketing technique. Is this what you're about?
Well, we don't have the 1-inch calculation to everything, as Dr. Kaku was talking about yesterday. So I don't know that you would expect to get total answers, particularly in areas like this.
But to admit, is he using
what I would like to
technique?
I think I would like to respond in my own way. First of all, I have no idea exactly what you're talking about with regard to the technique of whatever it may be. None. I mean, I just...
Well, I do. I know
it like it lays.
I know what he's saying. Are you? In other words,
it's very explained.
He's saying, are you dribbling information in sort of dramatic soap opera fashion to sell books?
Did I have some sort of? Did I actually have final answer, and then I'm holding back? I'm not holding anything back. Believe me, Mister. You get what I got, and if I can't offer you closure, if I can only offer you questions.
Right.
It's what I have.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough, Whitley. That's all I was asking.
I'm not a marketer. Believe me.
Okay.
Actually, caller, he's not real good at marketing. I can attest to that.
Okay. And real quick, when you talk about secrecy in the government, perhaps you should, be more forthcoming. Let me ask you a question. Why should we, after supposedly being lied to for years from the government, why should we want to have them tell us the truth when they've lied to us for years and years and years? Who cares what the government says? Because your experiences are real, so why would we need a government to tell us, oh, okay, Whitley.
Well, sir, as you point out, though, the government has lied to us nearly always. It's what they do. They keep secrets. And so if they actually told you the truth, how would you know it was the truth?
That's my question. So why do we go roundabout having losses against the government or in the other debts that you have on? Why would we care what the government... why would the government give a blessing to this when we're already experiencing that? That's all I'm saying. Why would people put this much effort into trying to pry the truth out of the government who's lied before, and then they're going to say, oh yeah, you guys are always right. So,
well, all right. I have a very simple desire. The reason I don't like secrecy is this. Where the secrecy starts, the republic stops. When I go into the voting booth, I want to know what I'm doing. And I can't know that unless I know what's actually going on. I'll give you an example. If you look at CNN, evening news on the networks, at the New York Times, you will see a lot about the Ariel Sharon election.
Right.
And everything will be skewed towards the Palestinians or trying still work with them. What they will not be saying is that the United States sent a battery of Patriot missiles to Israel a few days ago on ostensibly just an exercise.
Probably thinking they're going to need them with this election.
And that Iraq asked Jordan to let it move artillery into Jordan.
Mm-hmm.
That there are troop movements and military alerts occurring all over the Middle East. That we don't get told. You can find it on the internet. I mean, you can find it not only on the internet, but now in legitimate news sources. It's there, but it's not in general circulation, which is where it should be.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I mean. And therefore, we don't get to know what's actually happening. And if it does blow up in the Middle East in the next few weeks, it'll come as a surprise to most Americans, and it shouldn't be that way.
Very good, Whitley. All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Whitley Strieber. Hi.
Good morning, brother.
Good morning.
Whitley, I've got a question. Have you ever had different experiences? I mean, I know the story with the gentleman, and it's fascinating, but have you ever had things speak to you? Well, I guess what I'm trying to say is like listening to songs or watching movies or just going about day-to-day life where things just jump out at you, like pay attention to me, listen to me. Has that happened to either of you guys?
I mean,
before?
sort of a song that seems to have enormous meaning.
Yeah, I mean something that maybe you've heard a ton of times, but
Nothing. That tends not to happen to me. I am not the kind of person. I'll tell you, the strangest thing that happens in my everyday life always has to do with electronic equipment, which has nothing to do with what you're talking about. But I drive under streetlights, they go out. I get excited and the TV turns on or turns off, or it's happened all the light bulbs in my brakes blew out the other day
Yeah, well, you can stay away from my radio studio, I can tell you that.
Yeah. Listen, I have friends who won't let me touch any of their stuff because I once walked into a friend's apartment and the TV was turned off while his mother was watching it, and they found out that the TV, the stereo, the radio in the kitchen were all blown.
Maybe you're electromagnetic deaf.
Well, that's all I do. That's the only thing I have that I could answer this question with. As far as synchronicities with songs and stuff, I guess I'm not on that wavelength at all. No.
Oh, I have those. All right. Welcome to the Rockies. Hi, you're on with Whitley Strieber.
Hi, this is Demony from Oakland.
Hi there.
Hi. By the way, that garbage can down the street reminds me of the group Stomp. Anyway. Hi, Whitley.
Hi.
I recently read The Key, and I have a comment and then a burning question. Well, first the burning question. I was kind of disturbed by this, and then I started, like you said, it brings you to question, and that's very good. When he was talking about souls and energetic bodies, and how they could be destroyed by atomic bombs, how they could be captured by unscrupulous entities and be captured forever, and I was starting to freak out, but then I started thinking, well, but the energetic body is like the astral body. Then there's supposed to be the causal body, the supercausal body, the spirit. Isn't it sort of like on a computer where you have backup systems and then backup systems for those? I can't think that the whole essence of that person, all those people that were vaporized, by those hydrogen bombs or that are captured by these soul catchers, that it's forever. I can't.
I don't know either. I don't know the answer to that question. It was one of the most disturbing things that he said. He said the soul is part of nature. That means to me that science can understand it and include it in the meaning of the world in some way. I don't think that his pronouncements along these lines are necessarily literal truth. I think they're meant to be provocative, to be difficult to swallow, and above all, to make us think about who and what we are and what we are doing in the world. That's what I think is the answer to that question.
Mm-hmm.
Young lady, might I ask you your overall opinion of the book?
Well, I thought that he was kind of cagey too, like Linda Moulton Howe said. Like sometimes he was vague, sometimes he was contradictory, sometimes he laid it right on the line. He just kind of, sometimes he would answer like a politician would answer, like you ask one question and his answer didn't seem to have anything to do with the question that Whitley would ask him, but in maybe a higher way it did. And it also, here brings me to my comment that, I think it's so neat that things like that happen to you, that these wise people kind of appear in the middle of the night. But I think God also appears in kind of more mainstream ways. There are self-realized teachers out there that also know people's nicknames and that luckily more of us can meet. In my case, my teacher is Amachi. And I'm glad that for the rest of us, we don't have to have somebody come into our room at 3 o'clock in the morning, which would really freak me out. But, it disturbed me, and yet, you know what, Whitley, it really made me feel like there was an urgency to my prayer life and to my spiritual discipline. Everybody I met the next day, I looked into their eyes and I said to myself, you are God.
I know I've done that. God. It's amazing.
It made me really kind of scared me straight. And
the things he says about this make you, when you really look at children, you see them in a whole new way. At least I do.
Mm-hmm.
So, here's the thing. The guy was real. it's obvious, I think, from hearing your reaction to it, that this is, whatever it is, genuinely, it's a voice from another world or another level of reality, and there's not too many that you can point to and say, yeah, there's probably something substantial and something real about that voice. That's not fiction. And that is what I hope is communicated.
Well, I tried it with adult size too, and most adults they were just too much in their hurt. But every once in a while, I would look at an adult and think, "You are God," and something in them would recognize that, and their face would just light up. So maybe there's still some child in some of us.
Well, I sure do appreciate your comments on the book, and that's typical of people that have read the book. I've had all of these people, a lot of them very close to me, say, "Oh, gosh, is that a book?" And it really provoked a lot of thinking. So that's kind of typical of.
Yeah, it's same here. Same the way people react to it in my life as well.
All right, not a lot of time. First time caller line. You're on the air with Whitley Strieber. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
I'm glad you're back.
I'm glad I'm back.
My name is Cheryl in Bakersfield.
All right, Cheryl in Bakersfield.
Hi, Whitley.
Hi.
I was just listening to the conversation tonight, and the part about Michael really got to me. I mean, it got my attention because in Revelation 12:7, it talks about Michael and his angels, battling with Satan, and Michael wins. And it just, had you ever considered that? I know Michael was an archangel, just like Gabriel. But I was wondering, had you ever thought about maybe in heaven, Jesus is known as Michael up there, or in heaven?
I have no idea how to answer that question.
Yeah, I just was wondering.
All I can say is my reaction to this, Michael had better win, because we've worked awfully hard down here for that to happen.
Yeah, I suppose that's true. I'm very interested and always have been very interested in the whole concept of angels. And, of course, a lot of people think that angels are all fluttery little beings with wings and they go around doing nothing but good, but not true of all angels, necessarily, right?
Not true at all. And also, the way we would see angels, because if an angel was pure and good, the angel's very presence would make you see yourself as you really were. And that might be real hard. It might not be all that much fun to be around an angel. It might take a lot of surrender. It might be hard.
Yeah, it might be. And some of the angels might be hard on us. For example, me. Gabe is my guy. I'm kind of partial to Gabe. But many of you know that. I'm Art Bell from the high desert. This is Coast to Coast AM.